This is the second time we've gone through this text, and this time around, I feel that we are so much more equipped with the necessary tools to understand what's going on here. So I've been super excited about this reading, and I know that a lot of you have been as well. Hopefully you're still excited. Hopefully you've got your text and your notes, and we're ready to continue. We are moving forward with chapter 6, and we'll push it as far as we can go, hopefully to chapter 12. So peace and greetings to all my favorite people who are currently present for this book read. In case you didn't know, you can check in the chat pinned to the top. There's a link that has the downloads to the slides that I'll be going through in this text to help retain the information. So click on the link, get those slides, and let's begin. So let's start with a recap of what we've gone through so far. Let's start with a recap. And as we go through this, just let me know if the audio's great, if you can hear my voice just fine. In any case, peace and greetings to all my favorite people. Peace. Jojo in the building. Peace, my friend. Star Lion, peace. Dub VT, peace and thank you, brother. Peace. Louis in the building. Peace, my guy. Cosmic Traveler, welcome. Ray 636, peace. Kevin Wise, peace. Thorough, peace. Right? Glad to see you all here, ready for this book study. Absolutely glad. Monica, peace and greetings. Cthulhu 1979, peace, brother. Michael Thomas, peace and greetings. Rose of Flame, so great to see you, my friend. Peace to you. One True Goddess, welcome. So I'm grateful that y'all are here, and let's get what you came for. The Cosmic Doctrine, Session 2 recap. So just a brief recap of what happened the last time. Welcome back. Last week we crossed the first manifestation into the unfolding of structure, consciousness, and power. We watched motion divide, remember, evolve, and finally unite as living systems. Tonight we recap that journey, how movement became mind. So chapter 2, we went over the first Trinity. And you recall that as the ring chaos, ring cosmos, ring pass not, or some would say Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Reality begins to self-organize, right? And these three rings come into being. Awareness holds balance. And remember that these are not objects. We haven't been talking about any objects yet. We're talking about rhythms of consciousness. To think in motion is to think as the logos. The law of three. Father, mother, child. Vata, Mater, Kind. Cosmos, chaos, pass not. So the structure and will, that's the masculine. There's matter and emotion, that's the feminine. And then there's consciousness, the mediator, that's the child. That's your Trinity. From these arise 12 rays and their tangentials, the spectrum of creation. Same pattern, every scale, 3, 12, so on and so forth. Practical insight. The doctrine trains the mind through symbol. Read not for facts, but for resonance. Each glyph is a device for reorganizing attention. You're studying the cosmos. You're not studying the cosmos. You're rehearsing its thought. That's what we're doing. Chronicles of Sat Ra. Peace. Don't get butthurt. You know I love all of you. I love all of you. Hurt by the cold. Brrr. Good evening to you. Eric Barron, welcome back. Welcome back. DB, peace, peace. You're gonna watch the rest of the vid and catch this replay. But you might as well stay here since you're here already. Witchmaster, peace. Witchmaster says this is why people love three ways. Hey, whatever you want to pull from that. Keenan Lofton says Brahma, Shiva, Krishna. Absolutely, absolutely. Sunshine Chick, first and foremost. First and foremost. Always great to see you every single time. Hope you're having a wonderful week. Yeah, Micah in the building. I'm not studying anything. I'm rehearsing thought. Exactly, right? Because one of the huge principles that we understand with this occult science is that you're studying yourself. You're not reading and studying anything external to what you actually are. Now, obviously, when I say yourself, I'm not talking about your ego and your memories and the stuff you like and dislike. I mean the pure essence of what life is, what consciousness is, what you are. So it's absolutely right. You're not studying anything. You're rehearsing thought. You are rehearsing you. Peace, brother. Peace, brother. Louis says, had plenty of those. Well, I have not, so I might have to reincarnate to enjoy those experiences. So, chapter 2 is what we've been talking about here. Let's move on to chapter 3, right? The building of the atom. Chapter 3, the building of the atom. We went through how the ring's motions intertwine into vortices, atoms of force. Each atom is a loop of divine memory. Remember the atoms that were bouncing around, traveling through these rays, traveling through these sections, movement folding upon itself. Space set in motion flows forever. Every action leaves a current. Every repetition strengthens that current. Matter is motion, remembering itself. For sure. Memory as momentum. Repetition ingrains energy paths in space. So habits, karma, ritual, all of these are actually vortices of recurring motion. These are patterns of life. If you want to understand elemental magic, you study these patterns first and foremost, right? If you want to study how to manifest, you study your patterns. You understand how they came into creation. You understand how to reverse engineer them. It's easy. Elementary, my dear. The magician learns to redirect these currents, not to destroy them. Not to destroy them. True power is about alignment, not about trying to control, but alignment. But you already know that, because the folks on this channel understand magic. You change fate by changing the orbit of your thought. The evolution of an atom. Motion gains self-awareness. Atoms begin to respond rather than merely repeat. Balance of forces is the birth of consciousness, right? When the forces become balanced, that makes way for consciousness to proliferate. Check. Tian Pomeroy, peace and greetings. Beautiful. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great evening as well. Eric Barron says toroidal fields. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what we're talking about here. The Phoenix in the building. Peace. Peace, Phoenix. So the evolution of an atom. Motion gains self-awareness. Atoms begin to respond rather than merely repeat. We talked about that perfect balance becoming consciousness. When rhythm reflects on itself, intelligence appears. Feedback and resonance. Atoms interact, harmonies attract, discords repel. resonance and dissonance. So everything here so far is about rhythm. Not once did we mention Anunnaki. We didn't mention no aliens or kings of Egypt, Yakub. We far, far before all that stuff. We're into the building blocks of this thing. This is the origin of sympathy and repulsion, right? Resonance and dissonance. The emotional anatomy of the universe. That's what we're doing. Awareness grows through a relationship. Awareness grows through relationship. Practical reflection of chapter 4. Notice resonance in your life, right? This is how we break this stuff down. Not by memorizing words to tell people or to beat people over the head as far as why they don't understand. We figure this stuff out by checking your own life and seeing how this matches up with your experiences, right? So notice the resonance in your life. Notice how things are balanced. Notice the pull of creation. Notice the pull of destruction. Notice how it's not about good and evil, but simply two forces balancing each other. And if you can feel the positive and negative force, then perhaps you can feel the ring past not, the perimeter of your own reality. Maybe. Cultivate patterns that produce harmony, right? Stable rhythm creates greater influence. It's all about alignment, not brute force. Develop creative power. The greater influence means the greater your creative power. To evolve is to stabilize your inner orbit. And it just makes clean sense because you're not wasting energy trying to keep balance. When you create balance, now you have space to expand. So we also talked about chapter 5, right? Tonight we're getting into chapter 6. So this is just a recap, of course. Chapter 5, the genesis of a solar system. Evolved atoms do what? Synchronize. Remember the evolved atoms as they bounced around? They began to get heavier until they were flung out to the outer perimeter of the ring past knot. And then they traveled their way back to the center. And once all the evolved atoms collected in the center, the whole cycle turned again and they were flung back out. But the second time around, they stayed in their position. The second time out, they stayed where they resonated best. They stayed closer to their origin of creation, basically. If you recall last week's study. So evolved atoms synchronize, forming alliances of force. Through cooperation, systems emerge, molecules, souls, suns. So keep in mind also how while all this movement is going on, everything is recycling through everything, right? Everything is getting a taste and an experience of everything else. So once again, nothing is separate, nothing is external. You come from a long, long lineage of singularity. You come from a long lineage of singularity. Not slavery, not cavemen, not monkeys. Primordial singularity is your history. And you still have ties to that primordial singularity. This is where your power comes from. Not from your personal human history, but from your primordial singularity. Check, or is that offensive? Check, or is that offensive? Sensitivity as power. Weight is receptivity. And when we talked about weight, that was the accumulation of these different experiences across space. The heavier, the more weight these evolved atoms had, the more that they were able to receive the subtle forces as they traveled throughout the cosmos. The more complex the being, the more it can feel universal currents. All this is in chapter 5 in case you wanted to go back and read it for yourself. The initiate becomes sensitive and sovereign, steering the forces that move the unawakened, right? Because the unawakened are moved by these forces. In fact, on page 48, of this Millennium edition that I'm reading, she says, "For the uninitiated man is acted upon by these forces, but the initiate, by his knowledge, escapes from their influence and uses them for his own ends." Power is perfected sensitivity under discipline. Initiation defined. The uninitiated is acted upon by these forces. The initiate, by knowledge, escapes their influences and uses them. Knowledge doesn't break the law, it aligns with it. Once again, true power is alignment. It's alignment, not force. To master motion is to cooperate with law. Now, the logos principle, we talked about the logos as well. When countless currents harmonize around a still center, a sun is born. The logos is consciousness organizing motion. Likewise, your awareness becomes the sun of your own inner system. Every balanced soul is a miniature solar system. And this is where you are headed in your path of evolution. All right, so this should all be coming back. This should all be familiar, right? We should all be caught up to speed to continue with chapter 6. So cross chapter arc, just to kind of final relay. The Trinity, the law of three, becomes the atom, motion remembers. Then we deal with evolution, which is motion learns. Then we deal with the solar system, motion cooperates. So motion begins to remember, then it learns new experiences, then it cooperates with itself. From movement to memory to awareness to organization to mastery. The cosmos awakens through its own repetition. Good stuff. Good stuff. Great googly moogly. So real quick, I mean, of course, like I said, you can download these files. They're free. I've pinned them to the top of the comments. Sit in stillness. Sense the many still atoms of thought within you. Feel them begin to align around your awareness. Observe the moment chaos becomes cosmos. This is the process of you forming your own solar system. This is how it is, how it was, and how it will be. So finally, the universe evolves through sensitivity. The adept evolves through mastery of that sensitivity until he too becomes a sun. So in this chapter 6, we're going to be talking about the beginnings of evolution, the influences on a solar system, how life awareness will unfold within these cosmic laws, from being moved to moving. From being moved to moving. All right? All right. Everybody feels good. Everybody's ready. Framestar Films, peace and greetings. Good to see you. Witchmaster says, this is Jinn talk. Indeed, indeed. So let's get on with chapter 6, Cosmic Influences on a Solar System. So we're getting more advanced, more evolved, more complex. Pure Peace Zone in the building. Peace to you, Pure Peace Zone. Good to see you as well. Good to see you. Primordial singularity is the force that gave us our diversity, not us. Right. Human is an episode in a very long running series. Tian Pomeroy says, this makes me think of Tifereth. I think of the sun expressed on a human level, Leo, and I think of acting the part of what is necessary if the animal in us weren't doing its thing. Yeah. Tifereth and Leo. And don't forget the strength card as well. Okay, so Chapter 6, Cosmic Influences on a Solar System. You have duly received the first part of the work. Your minds need to be thoroughly imbued with these principles in order that you may understand what is to follow. I will briefly recapitulate. Motion in space is the prime. When its circuit is concluded, it forms the ring cosmos, which gives rise to the ring chaos, which, by its secondary influence, causes the ring cosmos to form the ring pass not. This is the first three, the first trinity. The inflowing forces converging upon the center and the radiating out to the periphery are the rays, the 12. So the inflowing forces converging upon the center and radiating to the periphery are the rays, the 12. The motion of the cosmos gives rise to the 7, the bands or the planes. All right, so we got the 3 rings, the ring cosmos, the ring chaos, the ring pass not. We've got these 12 bands, which represent the inflowing and the outflowing forces. That's your 12, that's your zodiac. And then the stirring motion gives us the 7. These are your planetary forces. The converging angles of the rays, so remember the independent rays, the atoms bouncing through the rays at these colliding at different angles, this is what gives us the tangential motions. These, when in opposition, give rise to the atoms. So we got lots of movement going on in this sphere. Lots of movement going around in this sphere. And when these atoms clash into each other, they create their own individual vortexes. And this is what gives rise to these atoms. She says the atoms moving in their turn along the paths of differing angularity form the complex atoms, which centrifugal force sorts out upon their planes. These finally, in the outermost plane, when they combine again, not being able to go any further, return to the center. These are called the journeying atoms. The others are the static atoms because they have settled down. So that you have the central stillness, no atoms, but the primal forces. No atoms, but the primal forces. Upon the first plane, you have atoms whose path is a triangular one. Therefore, the number upon this plane is based upon 3. The simplest atom presents 3 aspects, and the most complex is a multiple of 3. The atoms of the second plane have 4 for their number. And just as a visual of this, right? So the first plane that she mentioned is the sphere that's closest to the center. So the sphere that's closest to the center, they've got 3 atoms. And again, this isn't like a literal scientific description. Like she said in the beginning, these images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. So these are symbols that are leading you to a certain direction of thought. The inner sphere, being the most simple, consists of atoms whose number are 3, a plane based on 3. When you extend outward, the next plane is going to be based on 4. The next 5, the next based on 6, etc. So she says the atoms of the second plane have 4 for their number. The third plane have 5. The fourth plane has 6, and so on down to the 7th plane, which has 9. These are referred to as the secondary numbers, whereas the number of the cosmic forces are the primary numbers. So when you think about it, before these planes, there was the ring chaos, ring cosmos, the ring pass not. You have then as primaries 1, 3, 7, and 12. And as secondaries 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the primary numbers are 1 for the entire thing, the singularity, the entire existence. 3 for the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring pass not. 7 for the 7 planes. And 12 for the 12 rays. These are the primaries. The secondaries are 3 all the way to 9. The prime tertiary is 10. 10 is the number of evolution because it is the atoms of 10 angles that evolve. You will perceive from the foregoing that the primaries give rise to each other and have settled down to stability, cycle following cycle in orderly progression. They have completed their course and have achieved the maximum complexity of which they are capable. Under the influence of their changing phases, the secondary movements pursue their courses. The secondary movements obey the laws of their own nature, subject to the laws and conditions of the primaries. Likewise, with the tertiaries, each plane of existence pursues its course, subject to the influences of that phase which give rise to it. Each plane of existence pursues its course, subject to the influences of that phase which gave rise to it. For example, the ring cosmos passes through its positive and negative phases. The rays, therefore, are sometimes flowing faster upon the negative and outgoing arc. When the negative phase of the ring cosmos is prevailing upon their segment. And sometimes the inflowing or positive aspect is speeded up as their segment of the universe is covered by the positive phase of the movement of the ring past not. So I'll read that again. For example, the ring cosmos passes through its positive and negative phases. So the ring cosmos, the first ring, passes through its positive and negative phases. We can say at the top of that ring is positive, the bottom of that ring is negative. It passes through its positive and negative phases. The rays, therefore, and remember there's 12 rays going throughout this ring cosmos. The rays, therefore, are sometimes flowing faster upon the negative outgoing arc when the negative phase of the ring cosmos is prevailing upon their segment. So if the ring cosmos has a positive and negative phase, when she's given as an example here, when the ring cosmos is in its negative phase, the rays sometimes flow faster upon the negative and outgoing arc. And she says that sometimes the inflowing or positive aspect is sped up as their segment of the universe is covered by the positive phase of movement of the ring past not. So in other words, whichever phase is dominant of the ring cosmos, whether it's positive or negative, is going to have an increasing effect on the ray that is positive or negative. Hold on. Oh, wait, Vay. back to it. Get back to it. So each segment of a ray is influenced by the circle in whose area it lies. Each segment of a ray is influenced by the circle in whose area it lies. Therefore, it will be seen that a journeying atom will be subject at a given moment to the influence of the ray upon which it is traveling, to the position upon that ray, whether upon the outflowing or inflowing aspect, to the plane which it is passing through, and to the phases of the ring pass not. Therefore, if you wish to understand the conditions of a given traveling atom, it is not enough to know the facets of its path, whether it's 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. You must also know the phases of the influences to which its nature is reacting, positive or negative. This is called sidereal astrology. But the phases of this astrology are so vast that they concern only the lives of the solar systems, just as the planetary astrology concerns the phases of the planets. The nearest point of contact which you have to sidereal astrology is known to you as the zodiac. Okay, we're making a little bit of sense here. Pure Peace Zone says our review of the fundamentals mirrors the repetition of the universe, building that solar system inside. Absolutely, absolutely. So the formation of the planes comes from the overflowing force, right? The turning inside out into a new dimension. Yes, yes, and great catch, great call, right? Exactly. So yeah, you're visualizing this in your head. You're seeing these forces spiral around and cycle around that ring cosmos and gradually being drawn into the center, right? And as those forces are being drawn into the center, they're compressing, they're compressing, and then in a strange way, they're inverting and continuing to flow back outward. And that movement has been stereotyped into 7 phases. So yes, you are exactly right. Pure Peace Zone says, so cool how the 2 rings each have their own positive and negative, combining to create the primary quadrants. We see that mirrored in so many systems. Genetics, math, honestly too many to list. Positive, 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 negative, negative, positive, negative, negative. Yes, yes, and I'm so glad that you are relating this to stuff that we deal with in the human plane. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Great examples. Great examples. Sounds like you get it. Awesome. Castro Geist, peace. Castro says, I fuck with LVX777. You're a vital nodal point for dissemination and explication of occultism to the unread, myself. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I'm glad to be able to assist you in your growth, my friend. Etheric Jarvinator, consciousness and frequency bandwidth. That's what we're doing. Pure Peace Zone says 12 rays, 4 quadrants. Makes me think of elemental alignment of the zodiac. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, positive and negative, right? Because positive elemental alignment would be, fire and air. Then, of course, you got the negative, which is water and earth. Excellent. Excellent. Fat Tony, peace. Fat Tony says, waiting on my book. Should be any day now. Yeah, man. Now you can get to highlight. Jackson says, this is a little complicated, especially with this being my first live I've caught. I think I'm following along, though. Oh yeah, just do your best to visualize what's happening here. It's all shapes and motions right now. This isn't anything that's like it's supposed to be abstract. That's the whole point of this text. It's supposed to be abstract. Just visualize it as best you can. That's all. Okay, so we talked about the zodiac. She said the nearest point of contact which you have to the sidereal astrology is known to you as the zodiac. It is obvious then, if you consider the life of a man, you must consider it in relation to the solar system of which he forms a part of. And you must also consider that solar system in relation to the cosmos. Sidereal astrology will give you the phases of evolution. You see then that there are atoms of specific types that have settled down permanently upon each plane and move at constant distances from the central stillness. In the same way that a liquid containing different substances in solution will, if placed in a glass tube and whirled rapidly around at the end of a string, show clearly the sorting out of the component parts of the mixture according to their specific gravity, the heaviest or most composite towards the periphery, so that at the conclusion of the process, you can perceive the graduated bands of different types of substance. These atoms have proceeded as far as their nature permits them to proceed in evolution. Okay, that was a really good visual that she gave here. So, in thinking about these atoms, remember she said that there are traveling atoms, and they go out as far as they can, and then they kind of stop, right? So just think about how this whole thing is a disc of consciousness, a disc of energy. She said that you can visualize this by having a glass vial, right? And that glass vial can have liquid in it, and it can have different types of particles, maybe dirt and some metals and all types of different things mixed up. Well, if you take that tube and attach it to a string and spin it around and around and around and around, or even put it in a machine that does that, I'm pretty sure they have a machine that does that for blood. If you let that machine spin that glass vial around, what eventually happens is the different particles on the inside of that vial in that liquid are going to be pulled according to that centrifugal force. So the heavier particles are going to be pulled out to the bottom of the glass. The lighter particles are going to be like towards the middle and towards the center. And all the different types are going to be arranged according to their gravity. So if you keep spinning it around, you're going to see the heavier things are on the outside and the lighter, more subtle things are closer to the inside. And this is how this cosmology is arranged. The more dense and the heavier atoms, the heavier manifestations, the heavier patterns, the heavier rhythms are going to be pulled towards the outside, towards the periphery. And the lighter, more subtle, thinner are going to be pulled towards the center. So I'll read that again with that visual in mind. You can see then that there are atoms of specific types that have settled down permanently upon each plane and move at constant distances from the central stillness. In the same way that a liquid containing different substances in solution will, if placed in a glass tube and whirled rapidly round at the end of a string, show clearly the sorting out of the component parts of the mixture according to their specific gravity, the heaviest or most composite towards the periphery, so that at the conclusion of the process, you can perceive the graduated bands of different types of substance. These atoms have proceeded as far as their nature permits, them to proceed in evolution. Veronica says, correct. We call it PRP. Peace, Veronica. Peace, peace. PRP. You will perceive that each new phase of evolution achieves that utmost complexity that its factors permit, and then it settles down to a rhythmic repetition of the sequence it has arrived at. So yeah, that was a key line right there as well. Run that back. You'll perceive that each new phase of evolution achieves that utmost complexity that its factors permit. So every phase is going to get as complicated and as complex as it can. It's going to evolve as complex as it can evolve. And then once it hits that limit, it settles down to a rhythmic repetition of the sequence it has arrived at. Now, I find that to be really important to pay attention to because that explains memory, that explains karma, that explains evolution, reincarnation, that explains your daily life. You've arrived at the most complex that you have been to date, and you'll find that you repeat and echo certain patterns that have just been stamped into life, stamped into reality. We do this every Saturday, right? There's things that you do every week on the clock. There's things that you do every day on the clock. There's things you do every second, every minute, every hour. And it might be subconscious within your body. Your body automatically blinks, automatically breathes, automatically pumps blood. It's because those are patterns that are stereotyped, settled down into a rhythmic repetition of the sequence it has arrived at. So that is a context of this existence. When something reaches its peak, it repeats that. Framestar Film says cosmic alchemy, the circle squared, metaphysical geometry echoing from the start. From the start, yes. From the get-go. The fresh phase of evolution, which begins when the next phase of the ring pass knot overtopples the stability achieved, starts when the last phase finished, obviously, because it already has in its nature all that the last phase has achieved. So let's read that again, right? Because we know we've got the ring cosmos, and then it's encircled by the ring chaos. So that's your positive and your negative, your good and your evil. One's pushing towards the center, one's pulling out to the edge. Now, both of those rings are encircled by the ring pass knot. Now, the ring pass knot also has a positive and a negative phase. So as the ring pass knot turns, the ring chaos turns. And as the ring chaos turns, the ring cosmos turns. So this whole thing is flipping around different cycles of positive and negative, different combinations of positive and negative. So this is what we call a phase of evolution. When the ring pass knot goes from a positive phase to a negative phase, that's one phase of evolution. Peace and greetings, Alora. Alora says another magical evening. I love it. Peace, everyone. So happy to be here. Happy that you're here, Alora. Peace, peace. Pure Peace Zone says, perhaps at some point the patterns and habits that we currently have to mentally reinforce will one day evolve so they are as automatic as heartbeat. Then what new patterns will be consciously adopting? Right. Now taking control of that is how you guide your personal evolution. And if you can, I want you to also look at how life is turning, because this is happening in the world today. This is how I see technological advancement and societal advancement, right? I always use this example. We dug into the dirt with our fingers for so long that we stereotyped that process, and from that evolved a shovel. So we don't need to dig with our fingers anymore. We have a shovel to do that for us. We dug with a shovel for so long that that's become stereotyped into existence, and it evolved into now we use tractor trailers or whatever. Likewise, we'll find many things about everyday human life that human beings do. We've done it so many times that it's been stereotyped, and now we'll have machines doing it for us. And we're seeing that happen right now. And it's going to continue to happen to where, the human lifespan will be lived entirely in a non-physical plane, kind of like how it started. But I don't want to go too far in that. People tend to get their feelings hurt when it comes to that stuff. So, this fresh phase of evolution, which begins when the next phase of the ring past knot overtopples the stability achieved, starts where the last phase finished, because it already has in its nature all that the last phase has achieved. So by the time it gets to the end of one phase, and as the world turns, as it spins to that next phase, it already has within it everything that previous phase has accomplished. So it doesn't start from scratch. It picks up where that last phase left off. Pure Peace Zone says, yeah, the earth itself is evolving too. And yet everything we stereotype and move on from never fully leaves. Just like how just because we evolve past fish, there are still fish. People are still out there digging with shovels. Absolutely. Absolutely. People are still living in mud huts. People are still living in, it's the human way. You see now the significance of the maxim, as above, so below. The cosmos is the framework upon which all is built up. You start where God leaves off. Therefore, what was in God is in you, and something of your own, which is called free will, though it is an unsuitable name. I heard that. Now, with regard to the evolution of the traveling atoms, these give rise to solar systems. You will remember in the previous lectures that these solar systems arose on different planes of the universe according to their cosmic specific gravity. Remember the glass vial spinning around, and the more that it spins, the heavier particles in that vial are pulled to the back. So imagine instead of just a glass vial, it's a whole disc, like a record spinning. And the same thing is happening with that record spinning. The heavier things being pulled to the end, the lighter things are toward the center. So where we are right now in the universe, in the galaxy, this is our density. We've been pulled to this particular position. Everything's based on density, frequency. You will remember in the previous lectures that these solar systems arose on different planes of the universe according to their cosmic specific gravity. That is to say, they start their evolution at different phases of cosmic development. But you will remember that the outgoing atoms gather up matter from each plane they pass through to build into their universe. So look, even though we have these solar systems developing in one particular spot, the atoms that created that whole solar system were actually gathered from all over the place in this sun's travel from the center to the edge and back. So on its travels from the center out to the edge and back, it has picked up all types of different atoms, which is why when we're under the Scorpio season, the little atoms that are composed of Scorpio react to it the most intensely. Or when we're under a full moon, etc. Those systems which are developed upon other planes than yours, I will not deal with in the present course of study, for they are too remote for practical purposes. I will consider, however, the phases of development through which the systems pass that originate upon the seventh cosmic plane, of which your solar system is an example. Let us therefore trace the life of a particular traveling atom, which is to become your sun, and attendant system of planets. Now we're starting to get to some stuff that we're familiar with. You will remember that it has been round the circle of the cosmic rays and experienced their 12 influences, both positive and negative, and that it has in its composition matter of the 7 cosmic planes. Its numbers, therefore, are 3, because it is under the influence of the rings. 7, because it has matter of 7 types. 12, because it has been acted upon by the 12 rays, and each of the 7 planes of matter will have its particular number from 3 to 9 inclusive. This having passed out through the placid planes of cosmic matter and taking with it as much as it can draw from each plane, arrives finally at its own plane, where an equilibrium is established between the centrifugal and centripetal forces of the cosmos and its own bulk. It then settles down upon its orbit. The cosmic influences to which it is exposed can be calculated in an orderly sequence because they are definitely established. It will pass round the 12 rays and experience the change of the phases of the rings. And in addition to this, the influences of the great organisms of the other planes will, whenever their orbits happen to bring them near to each other, for they move at different places upon different planes, they will influence the matter drawn from that plane in the makeup of that system. That is an important point. That's an important point. I want to read that again because that connects to what I said previously about how, just as a symbolic example, if we're going through Scorpio season, the Scorpio particles are going to become excited, right? Because they come from the same place. That's an abstract example, but that's what she's talking about here. Because in its infancy, when this solar system was traveling and it crossed through all the different zones, all the different rays, all the different planes, it was collecting parts and pieces and atoms from all over. So given certain times, those influences are going to be strong upon the solar system. And the particles within the solar system that are composed of the same stuff that the influences are composed of, that same stuff is going to activate more. It's going to resound and resonate more with the influence because it comes from the same place. Like if I've got a red crayon in my box and we're traveling through red territory, the red crayons are going to become more intense. If we're traveling through green territory, the green crayons are going to become more intense. So I'll read that again. The cosmic influences to which it is exposed can be calculated in an orderly sequence because they are definitely established. It will pass round the 12 rays and experience the change of the phases of the rings. And in addition to this, the influences of the great organisms of the other planes will, whenever their orbits happen to bring them near to each other, for these move at different paces upon different planes, right? The influences of the great organisms of the other planes will influence the matter drawn from that plane in the makeup of that system. All right, hope you get that. Realm Lilith, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings to you. Welcome. Ace in the place. I don't think I said greetings to you. Good evening, Ace. Good evening. So, this great organism that we are considering has settled down to its orbit. And you can conceive of it as a nucleus of that original traveling atom surrounded by great cloudy, unformed, unorganized belts of matter of the different planes. These are held about it by the attraction of its mass. The limit and the extent of its attraction marks the extent of the system. So in other words, we talked about that traveling atom, that original traveling atom, going through the different zones. When it goes through the green zone, it collects some green. When it goes through the red zone, it collects some red. And it bounces all the way out until it can't go any further. It hits the ring past nut. And as the cycles turn, it's pulled right back on to the center. So it's traveled through every zone. It's traveled through every ray. Remember that too. So this particular traveling atom, it's gone through all 12 rays, and it's been through all 7 zones with substance of all 12 rays and all 12 zones. So it's picked up patterns, it's picked up frequency, it's picked up energy, it's picked up substance from the 12 rays, right? Remember, this cosmos is like it's like an orange, like an unpeeled orange. And we can say you got 12 slices in that unpeeled orange. So this particular traveling atom, one of many, has bounced around exactly every square inch of this orange throughout time. Just like your DVD logo, when you just have it on the screen, it bounces across every angle. Well, this traveling atom has bounced across every square inch of the cosmos, like that 12 slice orange. It's bounced around each one of them, collecting substance from slice 1, slice 2, slice 3, all the way to slice 12. From zone 1, or I should say plane 1, plane 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So it's picked up information and data from every square inch of existence until finally when it's resting in the center, when it's bounced out as far as it can go and came back home. Because when you think about it, throughout its travels, as it's accumulating data from every square inch of the cosmos, it's becoming exactly like the center, isn't it? Bouncing all the way up and down all over the place, it's becoming exactly like the center, because the center contains all the data as well. So since the tendency of this traveling atom is to float out to where it resonates with, to float out to where it's balanced, right? Say if it's a donut, it's going to land at the donut shop. If it's a carrot, it's going to land over here in the produce section. Because these atoms have a tendency to kind of stop where they belong, as the cycles turn, right, from positive to negative, that's what's keeping this whole thing going. Once it's accumulated all the data, it rests in the center, because the center is the zone that has everything. But then, like it says here, the cycles continue to turn. And when it turns and it shifts, the ingredients of the cosmos also shift, which means that even though that center contains everything, it has to go back out and match itself with this new shift of existence. Eventually, it's collected enough experiences to go out and kind of be stationary at a point. So we can say it started out as, either way, it goes out and it rests where it now is equivalent to. So if it's a donut, it's going to land at the donut shop and just stay there. It's going to rest where it is equivalent to in the universe, or in this cosmos 12 slice peeled orange. So since it's resting there, remember, it has collected within it data from every square inch of the cosmos, but it's unique because it started out as a traveling atom. So it's got properties slightly different from the center, slightly different from everything else. It's unique. It's slightly unique, but it still carries the tendencies and the behaviors of its parents, which are the ring cosmos and the ring chaos and the ring Pas-Nut. So once it's found its resting place, if you look at it, that traveling atom has around it a cloud of data, and that's data from all over. It's data from all over. Now, even that data has you can visualize that. It's like it's been traveling, and around it, it's got a cloud of data. Now, the very outermost edge of that data, that's the extent of the system. That's its own personal ring Pas-Nut. The same way how you got Saturn and it's got these rings around it. Well, eventually there's a final ring. That's the extent of the gravity of Saturn. Likewise, this particular traveling atom, which is far larger than Saturn, I mean, we see that as the Oort cloud. Scientifically, we call it the Oort cloud. It's a cloud of ice and stone that surround our solar system like an eggshell. Proteus, seer of eons. Peace, peace, my guy. Peace. Good to see you. Lenny Alderdice, greetings. Lenny Alderdice says, peace, peace, Trav, long time no see. I say to the Order of the Phoenix. I say to the Order of the Unicorn. Absolutely. Peace, Lenny. Pure Peace Zone says, are we that atom? We're a part of that atom. We come from that atom. We are that atom as much as we are everything else. Everything that we know of can certainly trace its origin to that atom. If that atom was a thumb drive, we would be data within that thumb drive. Bouncing all over makes it like the center. That's a big insight. Yeah. Yeah. And see, I'm going slow this time because, like I said, last time I rushed personally and I started getting to stuff that I did not understand fully. So if you don't like the breakdown, there's other videos to watch. There's other shit to do. Pornhub is free. I think it's actually blocked in America. But hey, I'm breaking this shit down so I make sure I understand it. Cosmic puzzle, peace. Peace, peace. Yeah, man, I'm feeling the same way. For sure. Pure Peace Zone says uniqueness and oneness reconciled. Absolutely, absolutely. Keenan Lofton says all is attuned. Right, right. And what is attuned? What is attuned? Jackson says, so could this be related to, as we delve deeper into the realms of our own subconscious, we begin unifying with and becoming more like the one, our primordial source? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because what we call the subconscious is our personal access point to the collective unconscious, which is the mind of humanity itself. The mind of humanity itself. And the collective unconscious is kind of like a giant astral octopus with billions of legs. And at the end of those legs, you could say are manifestations. One of them include you. So yeah, when you delve into your own subconscious, if you keep going, you're going to tap into the collective unconscious, which is the collective mind of all of humanity, of this beast that we call human. You're going to tap into that. And if you keep going, you'll get eventually to what she's describing in this text here. It's all connected in one unbroken chain. There's no separation. There's no separation between anything or anyone, especially at the level that you just described here, this primordial source. Absolutely. Cthulhu 1979 says, makes me sad the sun will die, and so will the earth. Makes you think, what is the next step after that happens? Yeah, but you don't, that's a choice, and I'm sure you have your reasons for feeling that way. There's going to be so many other things that are going to die before that. There's going to be so many things that are relevant, that are directly relevant to you, that are going to die long before the sun and the earth. I think the sun and the earth are going to be okay. You have to contend with your death before that ever happens. We will experience the deaths of our loved ones. We will experience the deaths of our favorite celebrities, our favorite people, our pets, our favorite things. Our clothes are going to be ripped. Our toys are going to be broken. Our computers are going to crash. Everything is going to die. Everything around us is going to die, and we're going to be here to witness it. So, I think it's a good idea to come to terms with that, Death, and that's another thing, right? Death isn't even something to be sad about, because what does death mean? What is death? Especially when we talk about what we're describing here, like, this isn't, you can take it how you want, but I don't take this as fiction. I don't take this as something to read for fun, because it really isn't fun. I don't take this as something to read for fun. I take this as data that helps me to understand a wider picture of my experience. And what comes included with that wider picture is that life is less real than death. Death, if anything, is the natural state of existence. What we call death, that's the natural state. Life is the anomaly. Life is the weird. Like, look at how hard we have to try to stay alive. Look at how much shit we have to do to sustain life. Life is unnatural when you pair it next to the rest of existence. When you pair it next to the rest of it, look outside, look at the sky, look at what NASA shows us is space. Look at how dead and lifeless and barren it is. That seems to be the natural state of existence. So what we got right here, like I said, look at how difficult it is to keep life up. You gotta keep cleaning things. You gotta keep feeding. You gotta kill other things to eat them so you can keep living. Life is terrible. But yeah, I'm sure you have your reasons for thinking that way, and that's fine. I would invite you to think about different angles of that thought. Pure Peace Stone said there's always more growth, always life and evolution, and always death, and always more death, and always more decay. I'm not just saying that to be, argumentative. From the beginning of this book, one thing that I really got is that the destructive element is equally as valuable as the constructive element. So just as much, for me at least, everybody else can do what they want to do. Everybody else do what they want to do. But for me, what I'm coming to understand in a better light is that as much emphasis that I place on good and creation and construction, I should place the same amount of emphasis on destruction, on uncreation, on breakdown, because both are divine forces. Both are the divine forces. Neither one is better than the other. So I think that death and decay and destruction should be held, for me, not you, I don't know about y'all. Death and destruction and decay should be held on equal terms with creation, because we do the same stuff within our bodies, don't we? If we didn't have the death, decay, and destruction element of our bodies, we would be fucked up. All that, them ramen noodles that you ate, still bouncing around in your belly. Them great value hot dogs, still bouncing around in your guts. Hell no. I want that stuff out. The amount of skin cells and stuff that we produce, we want all that stuff off of us. So yeah, like I said, for me, I am not trying to convince anybody, not trying to teach anybody or show nobody the light. Get your own damn light. But since I'm the one with the microphone, I'm giving my perspective on this information. I think that death should be looked at with non-attachment, right? Because we're always so attached when we think about death, aren't we? We're always so attached when we think about death because we think about our ego. We think about us. We think about us dying. It's going to happen. There is no way around it. We might as well face it. Face it and find the beauty in it. I want you to think right now, what's about 4 to 5 things that you can count that will be great about death? You ain't got to pay taxes no more. You ain't got to worry about, stress from anybody else no more. You don't have to take a shit no more, right? How many things can you count on one hand that would be awesome about not having to have a physical body? I wouldn't have to be limited to one location anymore. I wouldn't have to feel the pain of aging. Wouldn't have to feel pain at all. I think there's so many wonderful things about death. Cosmic Doctrine says, I used to daydream for no reason about a black dot with a cloud-like substance swirling in and out of it. Now I know what it is. Interesting. The Chronicles of Satroth says, no such thing as death. Transformation. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I got a couple of relatives in the graveyard right now. I'm sure that they, you know, are having a wonderful time wherever they are. Etheric Jarvinator says death is a graduation. Proteus Seer of Eon says, how could you fear death when you die each night? Right. Willingly sometimes, willingly every time, right? Whew, exhausted. Can't keep your head, can't keep your eyes open. You tired, exhausted. To lay your burdens down. How good does that feel? To lay your burdens down after a hard day's work. Shit, man. Do not cry for me when you catch word that I've passed on. Make sure you smile and say, you know what, Travis, he's on it. He's doing his thing. Do not cry for me, because when I lay my burdens down, I'm going with a smile on my face. When I lay them burdens down, and I hope you do too. Pure Peace Zone says, sad is also a natural and healthy emotion. It's okay to be sad if your computer broke. But if you understand eternal life, unending source, you don't need to suffer. Facts. Facts. Framestar says, going to be looking at Doritos a lot differently going forward. A triangular snack that symbolizes our beginnings. Absolutely. Doritos. Doritos. Pure Peace Zone says, they think it looks barren and lifeless, but it's just about recognizing other levels of life organization. A cup of pond water looked inert to everyone until we made the telescope. Fair enough. Good point. Good point. Bebe's kid says anabolic and catabolic. You're speaking that mystical Kabbalah right there, my friend. Speaking that mystical Kabbalah. The 4 Locos from 2012 turned radioactive. I wouldn't be surprised if they're still in my system. As much as those cans of poison I consumed, as many of those cans of poison. Jax, welcome back. Good to see you. Pure Peace Zone says, this death combo Dion Fortune talked about earlier about the importance of hating hate. When you die before you die and realize eternal life of consciousness, you essentially kill death, for you at least. I believe so. I believe so. No-Face Divination says, no more human responsibilities. Right. I'm sure you can count, if you really sat and thought about it, you can count so many wonderful things about death. So many wonderful things about death. Tired of being tired. Pure Peace Zone says there's a reason why so many people want to unalive, LOL, at least at some point in their life. Yeah. And hell, it don't even have to be about sadness. You know, it's even better when it's not about sadness. Jojo says one of the most amazing things about death is Dion Fortune wrote a whole book on it, Book of the Dead. Facts. Facts. Another book that helped to shed some light on why death is not this terrible thing to be afraid of. Okay. All right. Lay your burdens down, right? And the good Lord will be waiting for you. White Jesus will be waiting for you at the end of them crossroads with open arms. With arms wide open under the sunlight. I'll take you to this place. I'll show you everything with arms wide open. White Jesus will be waiting for you with arms wide open. All right, Pure Peace Zone. See you next time. Gotta go. Couldn't stay as long tonight. Catch the recording later. All right. Well, thank you for your time. Hope you have a good evening. All right, so let's get back to it now. Let's get back to it. We're almost done with this particular chapter. Talking about going to chapter 12, man. We'll see how far we can get for the next 3 hours. All right, where we left off. Oh yeah. So we're talking about the solar system and how this great organism has traveled throughout the cosmos, picking up experiences from all 12 rays, from all 7 planes, from every square inch of existence. Every square inch of the cosmos has picked up experiences. Now it's settling with a cloud of all that data around it. With a cloud of all that data all around it. The limit and extent of its attraction marks the extent of the system. Like all else in the cosmos, this mass has a rotating movement which is derived from the original central atom. Right? And in closing, the movement of that atom within its orbit gradually, in the course of untold ages, flattens out into a spinning disk, just like its parents, right? That the orbit of that atom flattens out into a spinning disk. Then the motions which you saw in the formation of the cosmos are gone through, because the laws of motion are the same on every plane, big and small. Same on every plane. And the solar system sorts out its matter into 7 planes owing to specific gravity. Big key right there, right? Big key right there, because what we have now as what we've observed as our solar system has echoed the process of its parents, the cosmos, the chaos. Rose of Flame says that's how we've been waiting to finish this chapter. All right, well, now it's finished. How about that? How about that? El Rayo says the deities behind the tree of life. Shout out to Bobby Hammett. Ashe, Ashe. Okay, so that was chapter 6 and the end of section 1. Do you guys want to do a recap of chapter 6, or you want to jump straight into chapter 7? Because you've got the downloads. You can do the recap yourself. Give me an answer. I'll be right back. So I turn this camera on. Welcome to this place. I'll show you everything with arms wide open. All right. Since Night Creatrix asked nicely, we will most certainly do that recap. Night Creatrix, good to see you. Good to see you. I hope you're doing great. I know you are. But yeah, let's do this recap. Let's do the recap. My Gnosis in the building. My brother from another mother. Glad to see you. Hope you're having a great day out there, sticking and moving as usual. Hope you're enjoying life, my friend. All right, let's do this recap then. Let's do this recap. All set, Aja, peace, peace. Okay, this was chapter 6. So where's my chapter 6? There it is. Chapter 6, the Cosmic Doctrine. Cosmic influences on a solar system. The uninitiated is moved by the tide. The initiate learns to navigate it. All right, so where are we in the journey? In the last session, atoms learned cooperation. They formed a solar system. They birthed a living mind with its own sun. Today's question, what shapes that system from beyond? And we wrap that up at the very end of this chapter, right? It takes after its parents. What cosmic tides feed or test its balance? The cosmic field. The universe breathes through three vast patterns: rings, rays, and circles. Rings, rays, and circles. When we talk about these rings, the primal motions of law, foundation of cosmic order. We talk about the rays, directional streams. There's 12 of them, the 12 channels of influence. Now check this out. This atom that's becoming our sun, it plays out and expresses just like its parents. 3 rings, 12 rays, the zodiac, 7 planes, the 7 classical planets. Right? Our solar system is a whirlpool inside these greater currents. To exist is to be permeable. The cosmic breath, positive and negative phases. Positive and negative phases. The positive phase, outgoing energy, constructive force, creative expansion. The negative phase, ingoing reflection, contemplative depth, dissolving patterns. This rhythm is the heartbeat of creation. It's systole and diastole. Neither phase is good or evil. Both are sacred breath. Orientation and the central sun. The mental compass, a line from our sun towards the central sun. Symbol of ultimate reverence or ultimate reference. Higher center alignment. Practical meaning, align awareness towards the higher center before receiving influence. Establishing orientation as foundation. Creating stability through connection. Orientation is protection. Think about that. Visualize that. Orientation is protection, right? Depending on what you're oriented with, you're aligned with, whose team you're on, right? You get a lot of benefits being on the right team, don't you? Sometimes you get access to things that you wouldn't have access to otherwise if you're on the right team. Check. And that's also a big reason why the true power of magic is alignment, not brute force. When you align with the proper forces, you don't have to do a whole bunch of extra shit. It's benefits being on the right current, being on the right path, being aligned with the right stuff. Weight as receptivity. Esoteric definition of that is susceptibility to influence is all that weight is, esoterically speaking. Evolution's path. As a system evolves, it becomes more sensitive to the larger field. So we're reframing sensitivity with this. Sensitivity is not weakness. It is capacity to register divine currents. Right? Would you consider yourself a sensitive or a sensitive person? Well, technically, what's happening is that you are more susceptible to influences. You're able to sense and perceive influences at a different intensity than the average person. True gravity is responsiveness. And think about that, right? Especially if you consider you're somebody who's psychic or has these abilities. What that really means is you're heavier. You have more gravity. You're attracting and pulling subtle frequencies and influences that most people are too dense to get, right? If you're psychic and you're able to sense and read emotions and thoughts from other people, technically you have a stronger gravity. Technically you are denser and able to read these influences, being sensitive. The unfortunate says true gravity is responsiveness. Influence in motion, the flow of cosmic forces. So we're talking about these rays. They act like zodiacal winds moving through space. 12 channels of directed energy, right? And there's that slice, that the 12 slices of the orange. And over time, it becomes more flattened, so it's like a 12 slice donut. And then, of course, we got the 7 circles, the atmospheric layers that the atoms pass through. These are planes of varying density. 7 of them. The densest one outside on the periphery. We've got the sun, the logos, and it's modulating these forces and redistributing them to what we call the planets. So, the same way that the sun in its youth was bouncing around the entire cosmos, picking up data, gaining experiences, understanding its territory until it finally became a little bit more mature and settled down where it is today. And it began to develop 12 rays of its own. It began to develop 7 planes of its own. So according to this structure here, the sun developed its 12 zodiac rays as 12 channels to receive and transmit data. Transmit and receive data from what? From who? The 7 planets that are formed out of the 7 zones. Interesting setup that we have here. Interesting setup. So the sun is a reflection of the central sun of the ring chaos, ring cosmos, and ring past not. Interesting, right? Mastery means conduction without distortion, right? We talked about being sensitive to different influences and different forces and stuff like that. Can you conduct like an orchestra? Can you conduct these forces without distortion? What's distortion, Trav? Your ego attachment to this person you think you are, your fears, your desires, your identity. Can you conduct the cosmic force without injecting too much of that stuff into it? You tell me. Matter of fact, you don't tell me. Just look at your life and you tell yourself. Phases within the system. Each solar cycle mirrors the cosmic tide. So, one, we're talking about outward creation. That's the positive phase. Building, expressing, manifesting. Because remember, the solar system is going through its positive and negative phase as well. Then we got the inward withdrawal, which is the negative phase, reflecting, integrating, and dissolving. The wise system acts with its phase, never against the tide. The wise soul learns to recognize the season and move in harmony. Are you able to recognize? See, this is why we pay attention to the moon phase and where the sun is. It's not a discussion thing. It's not to impress anybody else. You're supposed to be paying attention to the sun and the moon and the planets and where they are so that you can move in harmony. Just like being able to say, oh, it's raining outside. Let me grab my umbrella and my shiny rain boots, right? Because you're able to understand what's happening in the environment. That's what astrology is about. Understanding the cosmic weather and moving accordingly. To know the season is to move in rhythm with the whole. Power is alignment. Power is alignment. And being on the right team, on the right alignment, comes with many benefits. You ever been a part of a group and you get benefits for being a part of that group that other people don't get? The initiate versus the uninitiated. The uninitiated is acted upon by forces. They drift in the current. They're moved without awareness. Sometimes you can call that phase the NPC. They're subject to every tide. The initiate escapes influence through knowledge. They chart the map. They sense the tide and they steer with intention. The uninitiated man is acted upon by these forces. The initiate, by knowledge, escapes their influence and uses them. The law is not broken. It is to be used. And if you remember from the Kabbalion talked about how you don't break the rules, you use one law against the other. And this is an example of that. The psychological mirror. Outer laws equal inner laws. Your inner cosmos includes thoughts that are similar to planetary motions, moods that are similar to tidal influences, instincts that are similar to the primal rings. And don't all creatures have an instinct? The path forward becomes the sun of your own system. Order every lesser motion through awareness. Your consciousness is a solar logos in training. A solar logos in training. You're not training to be a man logos or a woman logos or a black logos or a white logos. What you actually are is something far beyond the qualities of the human beast. Remember that. So don't get caught up in trying to justify the human beast. Yeah, it has the things that it does. But when we talk about spirituality and metaphysics, we're going beyond the beast. Got to remember that. But what you'll find is people who don't have a realization of these things, they try to mix up and match beast stuff with cosmic stuff. Right? They try to match the beast, human beast qualities with cosmic stuff. Deifying ignorance, deifying hoism, deifying drug addiction, deifying laziness, deifying delusion, right? Keep the human stuff where the human is. You are a solar logos in training. All right, so practical exercise that you can do on your own, but I'll read through it. Finding your inner sun, right? So you would visualize a still point of awareness at your center. You establish orientation. You sense a line extending toward the central sun. And while you do that, you'll feel the currents, the emotions, the thoughts that are moving throughout your field. And whatever you perceive, don't resist. Become aware of it and conduct it, balance it, but never resist and never fight. That's how you lock up your useful tools. Alignment turns chaos into current. Everything is useful. All right, so the core lessons of the chapter that we just read: cosmic anatomy, rings, rays, circles. These are the anatomy of cosmic weather. Universal breath. The universe breathes through alternating phases. Higher alignment. Orientation to a higher center stabilizes reception. This is why it's important to remember you're more than the beast. You are something much greater. So if you keep your focus on that greater thing, you will evolve towards it. Upward, not left and right. Power through sensitivity. Sensitivity is the basis of power. That's why if you are somebody who they said was an empath, this is actually a strength. This is a skill if developed. If you recognize what it actually is and develop it, right? Remember that the fad where everyone was saying they're an empath. Oh, I'm an empath and I'm this, that, and the third. And we'll call it something else next week and next year and next month. But once we get through celebrating, oh, I'm special because of this, once we get through celebrating the ego, take advantage of that quality, understand it, and figure out how it can help you. Conscious navigation. The initiate navigates influence consciously. You're learning to sail the cosmic sea. In closing, every system, solar or human, evolves by becoming more receptive and more self-directed. Period. Self, not community, not save the kids and the whales and the old folks. Self-directed. You're not taking anybody with you where you're going. And they don't want to go. They don't want to go, trust me. Matter of fact, don't trust me. Go try to bring them and see what happens. Self-directed. The path of mastery. You feel every current. You remain still at the center. You no longer drift. The transformation. What does it look like? You participate in creation's steering. Now here's a key you already do. You're just not doing it with intent or with as much intent as you could be. You navigate with awareness. You become a sun. Yes, the world does revolve around you. Not your ego, though, but the world does revolve around you. He who can feel all motion and remain still. God bless America. He who can feel all motion and remain still becomes a sun. Can I get a witness up in here? Can I get a witness? Can I get a witness? Amen. Louis says a sovereign empath, according to Carl Jung, is someone who transformed what was once poisonous into medicine. Boom. Boom. Poison becomes the cure. Let us pray. Let us pray. Absolutely. Amen. Amen. All right. Let us continue with chapter 7, section 2, the evolution of a great entity. The evolution of a great. So we talked about this great entity. It spent its childhood bouncing around the cosmos, collecting data, collecting experiences, becoming more mature, finally settling down and developing and growing and behaving just like its parents. It develops its own ring cosmos as it sorts out and organizes the energies and stuff that it's collected. It's created 12 bands, 12 rays, 7 bands. From those rays we get the zodiac, from the bands we get the planets. But keep in mind, it didn't start here. This is a reflection of the greater picture, the greater program. The solar system is copying, not even copying, it's reflecting. It's doing the same thing as where it came from. So the 12 zodiac didn't start here. The 7 classical planets didn't start here. These are products of an underlying pattern. Do you see why I'm making that clear? This is why astrology is relevant. Not because Mars is making you do. It's not because Mercury is breaking your computer. Mercury represents a cosmic force, and when we say cosmic force, it's bigger than the planet Mercury. We're talking about something that what we're calling Mercury is before the planet was formed. We're talking about a particular band, a frequency band of energy that existed far before the sun did. for lack of better names, for lack of better words, we're calling it Mercury retrograde and Jupiter and all this other stuff. This is why when you're working with this is why the ancients have 7 planets. It's not about what you see up in the sky. It's not about the 9, Pluto and Neptune and all that. It's not about that. We're talking about forces that already existed, that are the ingredients of reality. So when you do the Vedic mantras to the planetary gods, the grahas, right? You're actually doing mantras to those primordial vibrations, not the big floating planets in the sky. It's not about floating rocks, as they say. Bigger than that. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Section 2, the evolution of a great entity. Conceive now the experience of existence as it is apprehended by the dawning consciousness of a great entity. Of a great entity. Hitherto, we have looked at the evolution of points of manifestation from without. We will now consider the matter from within, as it appears subjectively to that cosmic unit of manifestation referred to as a great entity. Great. First, conceive the sensation of a whirling and no other sensation at all. So do that, right? Close your eyes, conceive of a sensation of whirling. Maybe wobble your shoulders a little bit. Feel that whirling, right? Like you're spinning around in a tornado. Conceive the sensation of a whirling and no other sensation at all, right? No other sensation, just that whirling. Conceive yourself becoming so habituated to that whirling that its cessation would occasion a sensation, but not its continuance. In other words, conceive the sensation of whirling and whirling and whirling, just like the tornado, just like the hurricane, and getting so used to it that you don't even notice it anymore. That's just what existence is, whirling and whirling. In fact, the only thing you would notice is if the whirling stopped. Have you ever been spun around, then all of a sudden you stop and you're really dizzy, like your perception keeps spinning and you're dizzy and you got to kind of catch yourself? Like imagine that, but on a much more grand scale. She says, conceive a secondary motion developing, perceived at first because of its newness and losing its stimulative power owing to habituation, as did the primary, and so on in sequence. So the first sensation that you're noticing is a whirling. And you get so used to it that you don't feel it anymore. Then she says, right, so you're conceiving of the whirling here, right? Next, conceive of a secondary motion. And at first you feel it because it's different. But eventually you get used to it and you don't feel that whirling either. You'll now perceive that movements that are habitual must be maintained if an absence of distracting sensation, which is the basis of attention, is to be arrived at. You will now perceive that movements that are habitual must be maintained if an absence of distracting sensation is to be arrived at. So if you want to arrive at an absence of distracting sensation, if you want to come to a point where there is no more distracting sensation, then your movements that are habitual must be maintained. In other words, you get locked into a pattern. And guess what? When something happens out of the pattern, that's the basis of attention. So she said, you will now perceive that movements that are habitual must be maintained, right? They must be maintained. Why must they be maintained? If an absence of distraction, if an absence of distracting sensation is to be arrived at, which, by the way, that distracting sensation is the basis of attention. Why did she write it like that? We'll say it was because she's channeling. Therefore, the accustomed movements are implicit in the being of that which is based upon them. That's important. That's the source code right there. That's the source code. So look, therefore the accustomed movements, so those movements that we're used to, think of how a fish, think about deep sea creatures, right? Those gigantic jellyfish and gigantic squids and stuff, they're accustomed to that pressure. They're accustomed to the pressure of being that deep in the sea. So they develop bodies and lifestyles based on that atmosphere. If you were to take them up out of that depth, they would implode because the pressure and the what they're used to in their environment is being changed. So look, therefore the accustomed movements are implicit in the being of that which is based upon them. The accustomed depth and pressure is implicit upon the giant squid because the giant squid is based upon that pressure. So therefore the accustomed movements are implicit in the being of that which is based upon them. And when awakening into manifestation, it will always seek to establish these motions as the basis of its existence. So when it's awakening, when it's breaking through into manifestation, into this third dimension, or fourth, or fifth, or sixth, when it's breaking through into manifestation, it will always seek to establish these motions as the basis of its existence. Check. Rosa Flame says people who live at or near sea level going high in the mountains and getting altitude sickness. Yes. Yes. Louis says planets equal your organs. Yes, and see that's another reason why these correspondences work. When we talk about the chakras, we talk about your planets, we talk about the organs. All of these things are expressions of the original seven planes. That's why certain mantras and chakras and planets have the same realm of influence. It's not that Jupiter rules a certain thing because it's a king up there ruling it. It's because they all come from the same place. Their manifestation originates from the same place. Absolutely. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says basic magic had me whirling the white light today. Got to finish that book. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, especially towards the end, he has his own cosmology, his own astrology. I think that was a really good correspondence for the planets. His was somewhat unique at the end of that book. Rosa Flame says, like the Earth's spin. Right, right. We couldn't even conceive reality without the Earth's spin. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, so I'm used to it. So is that why the daydreams stopped? Good question. Good question. I think that you'll be able to have the best answer for that. Zero, the hero. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. No Face Divination says, as above, so below, even deeper. Yes, even deeper. Giant squid deeper. All right, so I think that was very clear. That was very clear. You will now perceive that movements that are habitual must be maintained if an absence of distracting sensations, which is the basis of attention, is to be arrived at. Therefore, the accustomed movements are implicit in the being of that which is based upon them. And when awakening into manifestation, it will always seek to establish these motions as the basis of existence. That's why I said it's the source code, because it's built upon that code, and it will continue to express within terms of that code. I mean, think about it. Whenever we create worlds with our imagination, when we create video games and cartoons and movies, we create it with the laws of what we know. We make people, don't we? We make situations that people go through. We put them in environments that people are used to, right? Don't our movies and video games replicate what we already do in daily life? Even if it's a movie about outer space or creatures or whatever, they all have the same human interactions. It's about relationships, love, violence, hate, somebody trying to do something, someone trying to stop them from doing something. We always express in terms of our source code because that's all we know. That's what we know of as life. It's very difficult for us to conceive of life outside of those parameters, isn't it? In fact, even if someone were to be brilliant enough to create a piece of art that was beyond the human experience, it would be very difficult to find an audience to enjoy that. Even if someone created an occult masterpiece, it wouldn't go very far because nobody would enjoy it. You remember hearing about movies and stuff that were ruined, quote unquote ruined, by the production company or the Hollywood executives, the people in in certain offices, how a movie was supposed to go this way or this scene, or they cut this and they rewrote that. We're always like, damn, if those people never got a hold of it, we would have had this great movie. Well, typically they do that because they know their audience. They know the kind of person who's going to be paying for that movie, and they want to make sure that they're satisfied so they can keep making that money. They know that if the movie goes in a certain direction, then most people won't get it. So they have to rewrite it in order to please the people who are watching the film, because people won't be able to relate with certain things. I didn't like the way that they had to rewrite the Alien universe, right? Those engineers were supposed to be very different. But I understand that the concept is abstract already, but they had to change it, right? For different reasons. Star Wars, right? They had to retcon what happened in the future and change it and rewrite it according to Disney. And they had their reasons for doing so. Behold the Tetragrammaton. Peace, Patchwork. Framestar Film says cosmic inner cartography. You are the territory, so create your own map to find your way back. Yes, yes. You'll start to realize that you have your own license for your magic, right? You do want to learn the fundamentals because that's what we're talking about here. Learn the fundamentals because this is what this is what existence complies to and relates to, complies with and relates to. But ultimately, you are the one who's writing these rules. Even if you're accepting somebody else's rules, you're still the one who's co-signing them. Keenan Lofton says, so the more powerful the alignment of correspondence is, the more powerful the magic. I would say yes, but we have to define these terms. What do you mean by powerful? In terms of more powerful, the magic, yes. In terms of the depth of understanding what's happening and understanding the depth of what you're affecting, and that's going to add to the precision. That's going to add to the skill, right? So you think about a craftsman, somebody who carves wood furniture, somebody who understands their tools and who understands wood itself, the different types of wood. See, anybody can carve a chair, but see, the master, he knows the best wood for making the specific type of chair. He knows how to carve with exact tools to get an exact effect. He becomes more precise. So the depth of his work is going to ring true to that craft more so than somebody who's kind of just doing it for the first time after watching a YouTube video. So if we're talking about power in terms of that, yes. Zero says, recently I just did a deep dive into an investigation about Hollywood's deep side, and it's crazy how the industry is doing things, but it's getting old with this shifting of yugas. Yes, we are all experiencing the backlash of that. All right. Now, cast your mind back over the teaching given to you by your previous teacher. So we got a different teacher here now. Is that what makes this section 2? Cast your mind back over the teaching given to you by your previous teacher and recall the phases of movement to which the great entities became habituated in the course of cosmic evolution, which led to their development. And you will see that all these movements have become implicit in their nature and will be reproduced when they in turn set out upon that inner elaboration, which constitutes the next phase of cosmic evolution, the phase of the evolution of the great entities. One thing about this author is she does not waste a period, boy. She does not waste a period. You have a sentence that's a paragraph long. Let me run it back. Now cast your mind back over the teaching given to you by your previous teacher and recall the phases of movement to which the great entities became habituated in the course of cosmic evolution, which led to their development. And you will see that all these movements have become implicit in their nature and will be reproduced when they in turn set out upon that inner elaboration, which constitutes the next phase of cosmic evolution, the phase of the evolution of the great entities. Bearing in mind that upon whatever plane or ring of the cosmos the entities settle down for a cycle of evolution, the numerical values of the evolution will be determined thereby. But that was all one sentence. Ain't no reason for that to be one sentence, Miss Fortune. You could have broke that into 3 sentences. Peace out, y'all. Micah. Have a good evening. Have a good evening. All right, so we talked about the phases of movement of the great entities and how they became habituated in those movements. We're talking about the 3 rings, the 12 rays, the 7 planes. And we see that those movements have become implicit in their nature, and those movements will be reproduced when they set out on their inner evolution. And that inner evolution is the next phase of cosmic evolution. And that is the cosmic evolution of the great entities. And whatever plane or ring of the cosmos the entities settle down on for a cycle of evolution, the numerical values of the evolution will be determined thereby. Louis says, probably had the Western mind in mind when making those long ass sentences. I think so, right? We're not supposed to logically break it down. I get it. I get it. We will now consider the evolution of that great entity with which we are especially concerned. Implicit in its nature are all phases of the cosmos. So, implicit in the nature of the great entity are all phases of the cosmos. Hence, the significance of the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below. So, that makes sense, especially since we know that the great entity has, in its youth, gone through every square inch of existence. So, it has within it all the phases. Okay. Whatever is developed under a certain set of conditions reproduces those conditions in the recapitulation through which it goes prior to the undertaking of original development. Whatever is developed under a certain set of conditions reproduces those conditions in the recapitulation through which it goes prior to the undertaking of original development. So original development happens next. What happens first? What happens first? Whatever is developed under a certain set of conditions, it ends up reproducing those conditions. Once it reproduces those conditions within itself, then it undertakes original development. Kind of reminds me of how we as children will reflect within ourselves the trauma that was inflicted upon us, right? We repeat it. It becomes ingrained within our behavior patterns, doesn't it? And then we have the subconscious choice to continue perpetuating that trauma on other people or getting some healing so that we can then begin original development, right? In other words, if you're someone who was abused, studies show that oftentimes those same people go out and abuse others, unless of course they go through some inner development and rectify that. But either way, we don't really have a choice but to reflect and express what's already in us. That is, unless we learn something different. Nice. Patrick says, like your nails, by the way, Travis. Thanks. Appreciate that. Benjamin37, peace, and welcome. Okay, all right. So, getting this concept here. Michael Thomas says, it's not what's on the outside that defiles a man, but what's inside. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a Bible verse. I don't remember which Bible verse, but that's definitely a Bible verse. In fact, that's even in Taught with Shooty. How she talks about, purity and impurity has nothing to do with anything external, but everything to do with attachment and identity. Okay, there's my highlighter. All right, so what was it? Yeah. Implicit in its nature are all phases of the cosmos. And yet again, the definition of as above, so below, because implicit in your nature are all phases of the cosmos. And this is another good one. Whatever is developed under a certain set of conditions reproduces those conditions in the recapitulation through which it goes prior to the undertaking of original development. Big lines for meditating on. Okay, so the great entity then, having this basis of cosmically evolved factors to work upon, combines and recombines them into the infinite diversity of a manifested universe. What? What? The great entity then, having this basis of cosmically evolved factors to work upon, right? It already came pre-programmed with codes, with apps. It already came pre-programmed with games on the system, right? So having this basis of cosmically evolved factors to work upon combines and recombines them into the infinite diversity of a manifested universe. Cool. Therefore, the infinite diversity of a manifested universe can be dissolved into the prime simplicity of the cosmic beginnings. Each phase or aspect of the universe has its origin in a similar phase or aspect of the cosmos. Doesn't that make sense? Doesn't that make perfect sense? Doesn't that make sense? So in other words, like, because you got to follow this thing. This great entity that we're dealing with here, which is, soon to become our solar system and our sun, this great entity, remember, in its youth, in its infancy, in its childhood, when it first started, it was just part of the swirling. Remember in the beginning, the ring cosmos? It was a part of the swirling. And as it's swirling around, it's also being pulled by the ring chaos. So it's no longer going around like a flat record. It's going it's going all over the place. And it's bouncing around off of the perimeter of the ring pass knot. So it's bouncing around inside of this giant sphere. And as it bounces around the sphere, it's passing through all 12 rays, which are the 12 slices of the orange. It's passing through all 7 zones, all the 7 specific zones, which is where we eventually get our classical planets, where we get our chakras, where we get our, like Louis mentioned, how we get the influences of the organs, or whatever system of 7 you want to talk about. It comes from these 7 zones. But in any case, it's bouncing around the sphere until it has literally bounced and covered every square inch of the cosmos. And once it's done that and collected all that data, it comes back down to the center and it rests. And as the sphere begins to turn, it goes back out. But eventually, it stops in a place where it resonates with best, just based off of density, not based off of good or evil or this or the third. It's just based off of what kind of data it has. It stops there in a space in the cosmos. It rests there. And as it rests there, we have to remember that it's not alone. Because of its travels across the cosmos, it has collected data from all over, literally all over. It's with it, floating around it like a giant cloud. Now, the thing is, since it's stationary and it's found itself a place to fixate, what does it do next? Well, it continues based on the code that was programmed within it. Well, what's the code that was programmed within it? The tendency of its parents. The tendency of its parents. So it's going to replicate the conditions that gave birth to it. It's going to form its own ring cosmos, its own ring chaos, its own ring pass knot. It's going to repeat the cycle that caused it to be born. This is why when we look at our solar system, or at least according to the pictures that NASA shows us, it is also on a flat plane, just like the ring the ring cosmos. So it's going to replicate what it already is. And once it's completely replicated everything that its parents have done, once it's completely replicated everything that gave birth to it, then it starts original development. So only after it's gone through the process of its autopilot does it create original stuff. That's very important. So now we get to this paragraph. The great entity then having this basis of cosmically evolved factors to work upon, combines and recombines them into the infinite diversity of a manifested universe. Now keep in mind, the sun didn't create anything. Like I said in the beginning, it has traveled the entire cosmos and collected data from everywhere, from every square inch. So there's nothing out there that isn't in here already. There's nothing out there that isn't in here. That's what as above, so below means right here in this chapter. There's nothing out there that isn't in here. Because everything in here is only composed of and crafted and created out of what was out there. So the sun just went around the entire, what used to be the sun, went around the entire existence and scooped out with a giant spoon, with a giant net, scooped out and carved out substance and data from everywhere. 1111. And this is how and why we have what we have. Check. Check. Eleven. All right, so the great entity then, having this basis of cosmically evolved factors to work upon, combines and recombines them into the infinite diversity of a manifested universe. Therefore, the infinite diversity of a manifested universe can be dissolved into the prime simplicity of the cosmic beginnings. That's key. Each phase or aspect of the universe has its origin in a similar phase or aspect of the cosmos. So look, doesn't matter how complex, doesn't matter how special, unique, good or bad everything in the universe is, it all comes from everything else. And it can all be broken down into the primary building blocks of what was here in the beginning. This is why Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva is the building blocks of everything. This is why Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva can be found in everything. This is why everything behaves in terms of Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. This is why. Because everything is built off of those three. Everything is built off of those three. Seven grams. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Welcome. Michael Thomas says one big pattern. Check. Absolutely. That's what is being expressed here. One beautiful, magnificent, disgusting pattern. Check. Check. So we all on one accord. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Mine also says, damn, I was 30 minutes behind on the live. Hey, it was still good stuff. Still good stuff. All right. So everything that we have has been created out of all that exists anyway, which means that everything can be broken down into the simple prime ingredients. And I'm telling you, nothing is exempt from that. So what that also means is you're not special because of your melanin, and somebody else is not special because they don't have melanin. This doesn't mean that you're special because of your race, your gender, your country of origin, anything in your human history. Because guess what? When you zoom out and you're looking at it from this big scale, all of this was made out of the same ingredients. Whether you're talking about a person or a brick or a piece of metal, it's all the same shit. It's all Prakriti, it's all matter, it's all earth. Earth is all of this stuff. And if you fast forward time, it's just morphing shape and changing shape. It's all the same substance. Human bodies walk around and then they get buried in the dirt and dissolve. It's the same stuff. It's all the same stuff. So don't get caught up in the illusion of small-minded, short-lived beasts. Lori says insects, melanin, feces, etc., all the same shit. Right. Which is why you do what you want, but this is why I think it's a good idea to move past pride in the material plane. Can you imagine? So many people base their pride and their purpose on the material plane. I'm important because of my material plane vehicle. No, of course you're going to have your feelings hurt. Of course you're going to want to fight and shoot other people because you're taking pride in the material plane. But the truth is, insects, melanin, feces, it's all the same shit. It's all Malkuth. It's all matter. Gotta know, gotta know. Gotta know, gotta know. My Gnosis says, so my melanin in my indigenous American genetic history is not superior? No, not at all. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you were a person who had low self-esteem and the world is telling you that you aren't worth anything and you don't deserve anything, then of course a philosophy like this will help you to raise up your self-perception and live a better story. Yes, in that respect, hell yeah. But now that we're out of the 70s, now that we are no longer, you know what I'm saying, now that we don't have that mindset anymore, we can look past that now, right? We can look past that now. We can see that it ain't even about this human story. This stuff will fade away, and I can't wait. You already know. You already know. The Chronicles of Sat Ra says, well, some has souls and some doesn't. Um, I disrespectfully disagree. Because how is that even? How can something be what you call? Matter of fact, how can anything exist outside of what you call soul? Right? How can anything exist outside of what we call soul? In order to exist and interact with the material plane, it must have soul, must have it. So, let's examine where you got that information from and examine how you came to that conclusion. I invite you to examine that. I invite you to examine that and examine how much of that comes from a cosmic perspective, a God perspective, and how much of it comes from a human ego perspective. I invite you to examine that. Medicine commercial voice. But yeah, like with any and all information, just examine where you got it from. That's all. Castro Guy says, I felt that intuition that all things are identical, but I try to understand how differentiation can occur. Such a basic question, I know. Yeah, the differentiation is perspective, right? If your perspective is a person who looks like you, who came from your history and who has your experiences, that's your perspective. So of course you're going to see anything that doesn't share your history, anything that doesn't share your perspective is going to look different. But if you zoom out and try to maintain a perspective of something that's beyond your personal experience, you'll start to see similarities pretty quickly, right? Somebody here mentioned earlier about going into the subconscious mind, and I paired that with the collective unconscious. When you start reaching that level, you see nothing but similarities, right? All human beings behave the same way fundamentally in context. Now, if we look at content, yeah, we're going to see differences. Oh, he got a red shirt, he's got a blue shirt. But the context is shirt. Shirt. The content is how those shirts are different. If you're looking at the content level, you're going to see differences. But if you look at the context level, you're going to see similarities. So if you keep zooming out, seeing more context, more patterns, you'll quickly start to see what is human and ego stuff, and then what is cosmic stuff. So think of it in those terms: content versus context. Patrick says pride is the original sin after all. That's how Lucifer fell from heaven. Right. That's how the light fell into matter. Minosa says, how do you know that some people don't have souls? That's a great question as well. Right. hell, how do you know that you do have a soul, right? Uh, Both of those are excellent questions. And I think an even better question is, in what parameter does it matter? What are we going to do with that info? Now that we realize that we have souls, or a certain group of people don't have souls, now that we know that for sure, now what are we going to do with that information? I would love some advice on what I could do constructively with that info. Chronicles of Set Ross says carbon is the basis of the cosmos. Carbon is most definitely an important thing, most definitely, in terms of the material plane, in terms of matter. Yes. Zero says, I'm totally with transcending the matter, and in my opinion, insects are the real kings of this planet. They figure it out. The high they figure out the high tech that nature is blessed with. Insects have amazing technology. Facts, right? Facts. They're extremely organized, and they've got life down to the T. Yeah, down to the T. Chronicles of Sat Ross says we can beg to differ respectfully. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. All you need is a spirit to be animated. Yeah, but and like my previous question, what does it matter? What does it matter? Even if we did know for certain, okay, this don't have soul, that don't have soul, then what? Then what? Right? We still got to go to work. You still got to get some Charmin, right? Hopefully, or bidet. You still got to fix something to eat tonight. You know, we still reading this book. You still go meditating and praying and whatever. Louis says spiritualizing something physical is just ridiculous. Yeah, right from this perspective. And I would say that it's a symptom of, I mean, it goes to show how far a person is in their understanding. That's all. Some people, that's the extent of their understanding, that physical, like, for example, people who are all like, oh, the third eye, how it's actually a physical third eye in the brain, the pineal gland. And that's the soul. And that's where the soul is. Like, they're at that point, and hopefully they come to a point to see that it's a symbolic thing of something that isn't physical. But hey, everybody is where they are, and I don't have any more energy to lock up attempting to go back and forth with that. It's other other people who will though. There's some bone shirt shit right here. He would be proud. Ashe to bone shirt. Ashe. Well, that's a legendary name for you. That's a legendary name for you. Because we don't have the same DNA makeup. That's facts. A soul is a sun. SOL. Yeah. If you can't take the physical sun, that's a problem. I mean, it's a problem to who and why. Like, once again, what does it matter? Who? What does it matter? You still got to go to work. Still got to eat bologna and cheese. We still trying to figure this information out. All right. Are we getting back to this chapter? Very ego humbling, illusion dissolving material, man. I agree, and we need more of it. Well, I think that it is a wonderful experience to dissolve the ego because it gets in the way of real understanding. Frankenstein was animated, no soul. Indeed, indeed. And now Frankenstein has to pay taxes. Now Frankenstein has to deal with ICE and changes in the law. And you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter nothing, because it's all material plane physical stuff. God bless Yakub. God bless him. Because all things are necessary. Everything is necessary. Anyways, let's get on back with this cosmic doctrine. This cosmic doctrine. The doctrine of the cosmic. Jesus take the wheel. Jesus take the wheel. Jesus take the wheel. Framestar Film says, I love the way the geometry, shapes, math all line up. The triangle, the circle, the square. Circle you stand in, the square of the altar, the triangle to summon into mind, spirit, matter. Candle, book, and bell. Yes, that's another example of how this, like what she said earlier, it's going to echo on every plane, on every level, on every scale where we were talking grand, cosmic, or individual personal life. These are patterns that echo. Lovely, lovely. Okay, where we at? Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, round, hog, dog, beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, chicken, turkey, gravy. You name it. You name it. All right, we'll pick up right here. So, a great entity having settled down upon its cosmic orbit proceeds upon the work of evolution. Having had the cosmic factors implanted in its nature by its experiences, it proceeds to bring them into function independently of the cosmic impulse of its own momentum, which momentum may be called a cosmic will. Momentum may be called cosmic will. Makes me think about the will of God. The will of God. I'll read that again. A great entity, having now settled down upon its cosmic orbit, proceeds upon the work of evolution. Awesome. Having had the cosmic factors implanted in its nature by what? By its experiences. Remember its travels? It proceeds to bring them into function independently of the cosmic impulse of its own momentum, which momentum may be called a cosmic will. You will perceive that we are still speaking in terms of dynamics. It is not until a high degree of evolution has been achieved that we can speak in terms of psychology. So we're still speaking in cosmic dynamics. We didn't even get to any sort of mind whatsoever yet. So what we know of as mind is far, far down the line. This is some fundamental stuff right here. It is not until a high degree of evolution has been achieved that we can speak in terms of psychology, but there is an unbroken line of development from movement to thought. Tangential movement is a simple form of reaction. Thought is an infinitely complex form of reaction. Thought is an infinitely complex form of reaction. It's a question of difference of degree, not difference of kind. There's an important distinction to make as well. Sometimes you can have a difference of degree. That doesn't always mean a difference of kind. In fact, most things are a difference of degree. So she says tangential movement is a simple form of reaction. Thought is an infinitely complex form of reaction. It is a question of difference of degree, not difference of kind. Fundamentally, There is no difference of kind in anything. Boom, right there. So that's what I mean. Fundamentally, there is no difference of kind in anything because all can be reduced to the prime central stillness. Prime central stillness. But upon the planes of manifestation, there are differences of kind because the rays issuing from the central stillness diverge as they proceed. And as consciousness is limited in its objective functioning to one plane at a time, look at that. Consciousness is limited in its objective functioning to one plane at a time. Oh, how come our attention is on the physical plane? How come we can't be aware in the astral plane? How come we can't be aware in the mental plane? Well, perhaps your slice of consciousness that you're able to contain and hold on to is limited to its objective functioning to one plane at a time. Think about that. A unity of the innermost cannot be conceived save by the consciousness that stands therein. And as the transition from one plane to another of any ray or line of force is marked by a subdivision of that ray, you will perceive that there are differences of kind in manifestation, although there is a fundamental unity. Differences of degree are reckoned along the length of the same ray. Differences of degree are reckoned along the length of the same ray. A lot like a thermometer has different degrees along the length of the thermometer. 98.7 degrees, 40 degrees, 30 degrees. Just a difference in degrees, right? Differences of degree are reckoned along the length of the same ray. Differences of kind are reckoned in the sequence of rays around the circle. Ah. This digression, which strictly speaking belongs to another section of the subject, is made here to ensure clearness of comprehension in the argument pursued. A great entity commences its evolution by developing not the cosmic rings, but the concept of those rings. A concept of those rings. So a great entity commences its evolution by developing the concept of those rings. That is to say, it puts in motion the memories of the experiences it underwent when that which afterwards condensed into its substance was part of the primordial swirlings. Something echoed in my brain, right? That all of this is an illusion. All of this is an illusion. Look at what was said here. I'll read it one more time because we're talking about memory right now. We ain't even talking about reality. We're talking about memory. A great entity commences its evolution. How? By developing not the cosmic rings. The great entity doesn't develop the cosmic rings. Oh no. It develops the concept of those rings. That is to say, it puts in motion the memories of the experiences that it underwent when that which was afterwards condensed into its substance was part of the primordial swirlings. So that which was within it begins to express itself. The potential begins to express itself. Do y'all see that? It knows good and evil and therefore is a god. It is the knowledge of good and evil which enables it to manifest. Because the good is a dynamism and the evil is a thrust block. The ring past naught of the universe is the limitation of the attention of the great entity forming that universe. Now, that's a powerful line right there. And one thing that the Kabbalion taught us, if you read that book and absorbed its teachings, was that when it comes to being able to read or perceive or tell what's going on in higher planes that we can't directly perceive, we infer by example, by correspondence. We're able to tell what's happening in the astral plane based on correspondences in the physical plane. Once again, as above, so below. So she says here, it is the knowledge of good and evil which enables it to manifest, because the good is a dynamism and the evil is a thrust block. The ring pass not of a universe is the limitation of the attention of the great entity forming that universe. So what we can see here is that the ring pass not of our universe is determined by the scope of the attention of the great entity, right? So as far out as its attention goes, that's what creates its ring pass not. So I said the whole thing about the Kabbalion to say, perhaps the ring pass not of our entire cosmos operates the same. It's the attention span of God. It's not that nothing exists past the ring pass not. It's just that's as far as the attention of God goes, so to speak, right? So to speak. We know that it's not called God, and it's not an actual thing. But again, the as above, so below concepts. This, if you've got eyes to see it, my fellow occultists, I'm not talking to anybody else. If you got eyes to see it, this is huge, because you can also apply this to your own personal cosmos, your life, and look at how far your attention goes. Look at the things that fall outside of your range of attention, and look at how even further past that. Look at your life right now. Look at all the stuff that's within your scope of attention, things you care about, things you hate, things you don't care about, right? Your carbon and your Frankenstein. Think of all the things that you do care about and you don't care about. All these things exist in your reality. But did you know that there's a certain limit? There's a certain ring pass not. There's a scope where things purely don't even exist to you. Do you think about the price of rice in China? Do you think about how hot it is in Australia? Do you think about, like the snow up in the north? Like, we all have a limit to our attention, which is a reflection of the ring pass not of our reality. And this is different for everybody, but I want you to answer this question. Do the things outside of your ring pass not have an effect on your daily life? Do the things outside of your firmament have an effect on your inner cosmos? Just a question. Just a question. Do the things outside of your ring pass not have an influence on your inner reality? Does Korean fried chicken have an influence on your reality? I just found out about a new fruit. There's a new fruit that makes awesome butter, that makes your skin all shiny, and it tastes like cupcakes. Yeah, it's related to the cacao, right? You bust it open, and it's got this creamy, mushy, like cheesecake, cupcake flavor. What the hell? Where has God been hiding that fruit? How come I didn't know about it? I look on Amazon, you can order some. What? There's so many things that exist outside of our awareness that has no effect on us until we let it in. Until we let it in. So I wonder how many things that you've allowed into your reality that fuck you up. How many things are circulating and bouncing around your inner reality that don't even serve you? Ashley B says new DLC. Yeah, that's how I like to think about it. I like to believe that God is, well, I don't call it God. I don't. But I like to believe that the great consciousness that is, I don't even give it a name, to be honest, is always adding shit to this existence. I honestly, in my paradigm, there's always new DLC. I'm not even going to front. If you ask me personally, I believe that fruit did not exist before yesterday. And I'm going to stick with it. Ace says, what's that fruit called? Well, I'm using my phone, so I can't look it up. But I think its name translates to something like sweeter than chocolate or something like that. Laura says, I've zoned out on so many things within like 10 seconds of this. Yeah. I can remember as a kid, my dad used to tell me how important the news was, and you got to watch the news, you got to read the newspaper. I mean, just on the inside, I didn't agree. And I stopped watching the news and I stopped reading the newspaper, and lo and behold, nothing from the news and what's going on in the news has ever affected my life directly. Never. Not since I gave up on paying attention to that bullshit. And I'm talking about years. Many years. Oh, well, Trev, what about the president and the laws changing and they do it, That shit don't affect me. And if it does, it affects me through somebody else bringing it to my attention. Hey, Trav, did you hear that they doing this out there? Oh, shit, for real? Yeah, man, they doing this. All right. Like, other than that, the shit don't affect me. And I challenge you to experiment with that. Experiment with that. Most of the stuff only comes through to you through other people who are wrapped up in it. Eyebrow deep. Of course, it's a human by human basis. Now, everybody got their own lifestyle. Some people live in the thick of it, right? Some people live in a battlefield where bullets are flying around. You might not be able to say what I just said. But me, that stuff don't affect me at all. I don't care what the hell they're talking about. I don't care Nicki Minaj talking about or whatever celebrity y'all talking. None, like president. None of that stuff matters because it's outside of my personal ring pass knot. But as above, so below. I'm saying all that not just to talk about stuff that I care about, don't care about. The sun has a ring pass knot. There are things outside of our solar system that escapes the gravitational pull of the sun and never affects us. The same thing if you expand out even to the galaxy. The galaxy has an attention span, and there are things that will never affect it, so on and so forth. So on and so forth. Ace, I'll get that fruit to you on Instagram. I'll look it up and send it to you. Because I got the butter in my Amazon cart. I'm going to get some. Who would have thought that God made a vanilla plant, a vanilla tasted, a vanilla flavored, creamy plant? Coconut. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, I fucked up when I started taking in suggestions that I knew in my core was not aligned with my essence. Right. There are no enemies. There are no enemies. There are no enemies. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to suffer. Test it and see if I'm lying. Test it and see if I'm incorrect. You don't have to. The next time you choose to suffer, think about it and say, you know what? I really don't have to. It's tempting to do so, and it almost feels like I should, but there are other options to proceed from here. Or maybe this just applies to me. Patrick says, and a lot of that stuff you see in the news is just playing on the FOMO instinct. Liam Christopher, author of Kabbalah Magic, did a whole video on this subject on his channel. Absolute facts. And maybe it wasn't always like this, but it has most certainly evolved into something that is supposed to grab your attention and put you into a fight or flight mode. That's what it has most definitely become today. Ace says, I heard about the government shutdown from another parent, and one aspect does directly affect me, but I'm not worried. Right. You know what I'm saying? And correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not paying attention to it, but isn't what they say going to happen a possibility, not an actual fact? I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't happen. And then think about all that working up and stress and anxiety that people are generating over nothing. But hey, like I said, everybody on their own timeline. This I'm speaking from my perspective, which is true, but I'm not going to push my beliefs, or I'll try my best not to. I'll put it that way. Louis says the higher man remains oblivious to the petty concerns that occupy the herd. And you kind of have to, right? That ring pass knot should be very solid and firm so you can maintain your frame, maintain the integrity of your inner universe. Because there's a lot of poisonous, cancerous thoughts bouncing around. I don't need none of that. I'm not sitting up here watching cartel beheading videos all day, every day. Ashley B says, facts, and it bothers people if you're not bothered too. Right. They sound like they're on their way out anyways. Out of my attention span. But yeah, obviously everybody here gets the picture. Well, the people in the comments who are responding get the picture for sure. WT says, I'm trying to ignore half the stuff in my ring, let alone outside of it. Hey man, we gotta reorganize. Chicano's fighting for higher learning says, next time I have a funky thought, I'm telling it, motherfuckers in China don't give a fuck about that. I ain't finna stress on this shit. I ain't finna stress. Exactly. Laura says, yeah, I want the name of that fruit too. All right, so I got 2 people I got to send that sweet coconut thing to. That darn FOMO response and people taking advantage. Right. Uh-oh. It'd be like, now don't go telling me it's outside of your ring pass knot. That ain't no goddamn excuse. That ain't your excuse now. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right. So we need to wrap up where we are. Yeah, I think we're just like a couple sentences, aren't we? The ring pass knot of universe is the limitation of the attention of the great ball hitting unicorn. The ring pass knot of a universe is the limitation of the attention of the great entity forming that universe. It is its determination to concentrate its attention upon the task it has set itself. You get the equivalent in the psychological mechanism of the sensor and in the processes of the concentration of attention. And you'll see that people who operate at a high level of success and business and wealth, they also have a tendency to tune certain things out, or they'll have other people who take care of those concerns for them because they have to remain hyper focused on what they do. Their ring pass knot has to be even more concentrated because of the business or the galaxy that they're maintaining, right? It depends so much on their focus. How powerful and effective will you be if your awareness and your attention is so spread thin on every damn thing? Worried about this and that and a third. But what moves the needle? That's what I love about my marketing coaches, Any distractions or anytime I have a bunch of stuff on my plate, I got to do this, that, and a third, their first question is always, which one of these things are going to move the needle? Or like I say, what's useful and appropriate? What is useful and appropriate? So that was a short chapter. Sheesh, man. Time sure flies when you're swimming through the cosmos, eh? Time sure flies. All right, so if you don't know already, you can click the link that's pinned at the top of the chat. This is the Google Drive link. I've got all the slides that I've made for these chapters, and the intention of these slides is to help with the retention of this wisdom and the understanding of this information. So by all means, grab these PDFs, check them out, follow along even if you want to. But the intention is to help you break this info down, because I truly believe in the core of my existence that understanding this information can seat you on the throne of what we call magic. This stuff right here is the foundation of anything I've ever discussed, right? We're talking about primordial cosmic principle. This is even before the tree, right? The tree of life of Kabbalah is founded upon this. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so make sure you grab that download link. Be right back. Right back. You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? But yeah, just as an example, one of the things that this book has helped me with is really breaking down that concept of good versus evil, right? The way that I previously perceived good and evil was detrimental to me, because here I am running around thinking about the evil that I have to fight and the good that I must do. And am I doing good or am I doing like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's this conflict that was playing in my head all these years that I didn't even come up with, that I got from other people who don't understand themselves or the systems they work in. So one of the things that this text helped me to do is really to see, like, fully that what we call good and evil, number one, are necessary and balance each other out. And number two, it's not about morality. It's about construction and deconstruction. That's it. That's it. In fact, when you look at everything you call evil and every person or character you call evil, what are they doing? They're working towards the deconstruction of something that is built. And what do you call good? They're working to build something or maintain something that's built. That's it. That's it. So you can't say that anyone is right or wrong without injecting yourself, without injecting your ego. So that was chapter 7. Chapter 7. Just going to run through this real quick. Not even going to like go slow because I do want to continue. So chapter 7, evolution of a great entity. When When the system becomes self-aware, a God is born. All right. So we talked about the cosmos learning to organize motion into solar systems. The focus is turned inward, right? It becomes a living consciousness. What is the great entity? When we say great entity, we're talking about the oversoul, not one but many, harmonized into a single unified mind. And it expresses itself as plants, as species, as souls, as aspects of thought. So remember, repetition builds stability. This is how it's formed. Stability generates awareness. That awareness organizes experience, and that experience becomes intelligence. It crystallizes into memory. It crystallizes into memory. The logos expands. The solar logos that once governed from the center now reflects upon itself through its creations. Every sun is a thought in a greater mind. Nested awareness, the still center, core of pure awareness, orbiting fields, outer currents. There is no top or bottom, only levels of reflection. Experience as food for gods. You are how your God learns. You are how your soul learns. Lesser lives feed experiences upward, the same way that plants eat minerals and vitamins from the earth, and then the animals eat the plants. It's all data. We're gathering up data and reconfiguring it, right? And my smoothie and protein drink and green mixed drink, all it is a bunch of vitamins and minerals with some flavor in it, which is the same exact thing that we'll get if we eat plants or beasts who have eaten plants. Just taking that extra step to consume the flesh of a suffering creature. But the same thing is happening with our lives and our experiences and our soul. The great entity remembers through our experiences. It receives purpose through our experiences. Karma as field dynamics. Each act ripples through the shared field of the collective. Harmony strengthens. Once again, alignment is power. Harmony is power. Because we're talking about coherence, frequency coherence. Shout out to Stalking the Wild Pendulum. Discord actually distorts. It creates turbulence in the field. And if you're experiencing pain and suffering in life, try your best to identify where the discord, where the disturbance is coming from, and how can you harmonize it. Most of all of the time, it's an energetic thing. It's an energetic thing. Now, of course, energetic things have to be resolved through physical action. But remember, this stuff starts on the energetic plane. The work of the initiate is cooperation with the great entity. That's really what we're here to do. That's what separates you, the mages, from the common person. You start to have an awareness, a knowledge, and conversation with this holy guardian angel. And once you do so, you'll start to receive your mission orders. Your mission orders. Louis says, please hold on here for a sec, Trav. You mean this one? This one? Conscious service leads to conscious evolution. There's an old maxim that is thrown around by the members of this particular group. I desire to know in order to serve. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about serving bean pies and Goodwill clothes? Or are we talking about service to the great entity, service to the soul, to the higher self? Either way, what's your focus? The beast and the ego, or this higher entity? The hierarchy of beings. So we talk about planetary spirits. They have the awareness of worlds. We're going to talk about the solar logoi, which is consciousness of systems. And see, this is key to remember too. Maybe you might need to screenshot it or to make sure you get the download here, because we're going to get more into these type of entities. And I'll admit that previously I did get a bit confused between the solar logos and the planetary spirit. But when we talk about the planetary spirit, we're talking about the actual awareness of the world, the collective. The solar logos is the consciousness of the entire system. The galactic center, we're talking about the mind of star clusters. The universal mind is the infinite aware, and that's probably the largest that we can zoom out to. Each level rises when awareness stabilizes across a wider field. Every step is a new octave of the same law, motion becoming self-reflective. The ladder of angels is built from synchronized motion. And speaking of angels, like this type of talk here is where when we talk about angelic forces. Angels are not people floating around in the sky with wings, just like demons are not spooky monsters waiting in the shadows. When we speak about angels, usually we're talking about these cosmic functions that are being described here. We're talking about cosmic functions. And as usual, we interface with energy through symbols, through archetypes, through images in the subconscious. So to use a person with wings on their back to represent a cosmic force, it's helpful to us. Because just like that squid that was born and raised in the deep sea, you are born and raised dealing with other people who walk on two legs and speak from their mouth. So it helps us to visualize cosmic forces as people with two legs who speak from a mouth. That's not what they actually look like, but it's easier for us to interface with because that's what we know of as real and as intelligence. The human parallel, your cells are like the atoms that she's describing here. Your thoughts are like the planets that she's describing here. Your higher self would be what we call that great entity. And when all these things are in harmony, the oversoul expresses directly. Imagine being in harmony with your cells, your thoughts, and your higher self. The kingdom of heaven is your own organized field. All right, so the Christ analogy. Illumination is the cosmos remembering itself. Now we talk about enlightenment. All this stuff lines up. None of it is separate. When a great entity becomes self-aware in manifestation, right? Because what did we say the great entity was? The higher self, right? Which slide was that? Anyways, the great entity is that higher self. There it is. The higher self is the great entity, right? Now, what happens when the great entity becomes fully aware while in manifestation? It begins to radiate its consciousness outwards. Now we're talking about that Christ consciousness. Now we talk about that enlightenment, the redemptive current of light, the Christ principle, the logos realizing itself through its words, through its worlds. So it's not walking around in sandals and growing your beard out, right? We're talking about an experience where you come into alignment with that higher self, with that great entity that she's going to be talking about here. Because what is the great entity? The great entity is that cosmic atom that has bounced around the cosmos and gathered up the experience. See, we're talking about you. This book is your history. We talk about you. Who were you before you fell asleep? Who were you before this dream started? Who were you before human? This is what we're talking about here. This is what we're talking about. Sheesh. Kano's fighting for higher learning. Says, fine, I'll take down my posters of angel with wings and shit. I'll grow up. I mean, no need to, right? What I'm saying is, as long as we understand the technology behind what we're doing, right? It's wonderful to have the images, but understand that, the image that we're seeing is not the actual force. It's just like when you look at the keyboard and you see the letter P, that the P is not the key on the keyboard. That P, you push it and it gives P to the computer. But you never directly interface with P. You use the keyboard to cause a change in another plane. Likewise, when we work with these angels, the angel isn't the thing, but that's our keyboard to work with that thing. So keep your angel poster. Keep your angel poster. Keep your white Jesus picture, right? I'm gonna keep my Lakshmi. I'm gonna keep my Ganesh. I'm gonna keep all of mine up because I understand these are just keys on my keyboard. Absolutely. Absolutely. Zero says, love that picture of Christ. The art is impressive as the slides. Amazing work, Sophie. Thank you. Thank you. I take great pride in my prompting skills. A little bit of AI. A little bit of tiny sprinkling of Photoshop. I got to put my Photoshop subscription to use somehow. Why can't I wear my beard and grow my Why can't I wear my sandals and grow my beard out? Doing all kind of hand gestures. I mean, hey, do what you want to do, right? But don't be surprised when people react to you in a certain way. All right. Framestar Film says, rev up your frequency and get your flux capacitor fired up, ready to receive that divine lightning. Great Scott indeed. Great Scott indeed. What'd you say about my mama? Great Scott. Great Scott. The Logos realizing itself through its worlds. This is your Christ consciousness. This is enlightenment, right? This is where we are. Keenan Lofton says, who or what is Lucifer in this great entity scenario? You're looking at him. You're talking about him. This is it. This is it. You're looking at him. Lucifer, white Jesus, it's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. And this is the trouble of using names, right? It's all the same. Closing reflection. Unity creates awareness. Awareness breeds responsibility. And responsibility aligns part and whole. He who harmonizes this field becomes the voice of the Logos. You too, it can become the voice of the Logos. Okay. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The relation of a great entity to the cosmos. The relation of a great entity to the cosmos. A traveling atom, having passed through all the phases of cosmic evolution, end up to that which its production is, the crown and completion, makes a final journey to the central stillness. A final journey to the central stillness. Then, by the overbalancing of the equipoise, it issues forth, but with this difference. It has itself become, owing to its development, a center of attraction. A center of attraction. One more time. A traveling atom, having passed through all the phases of cosmic evolution, remember it bounced around every square inch of the cosmos, up to that of which its production is the crown and completion. So because it went through all those experiences, we could even say training, because it's gone through all that experience, it becomes the crown and completion of the universe. And it makes a final journey to the central stillness. Remember, it goes back to the center once it's done. Then, by the overbalancing of the equipoise, meaning when the phase of the cosmos flips, right, from positive to negative, Louis says, wouldn't Thomas be Ahriman, Christ Sattva, and Lucifer Rajas, going off anthroposophy? Yes, if you're going according to that system of theosophy, Rudolf Steiner and Madame Blavatsky and all that, that is how they align those forces. Absolutely. Christ, Sattvic, Lucifer, Rajasic, and Ahriman Tamasic. No, you're absolutely right. You can do it that way. But one thing to keep in mind is theosophy and that whole branch is different from the Dion Fortune branch. You can think of Pepsi and Coke. So theosophy and this Golden Dawn stuff is both a soft drink, it's both a cola, but one is Coca-Cola brand, one is Pepsi brand. So you're going to find small differences, but we're talking about the same stuff. I personally prefer this flavor, but both will get the job done. Both require the same amount of intense scrutiny. I'll tell you that too. Okay, so this great entity, right? It's been around the world, made itself to the center. Then the cosmos flipped around in its polarity. ISIS 1212 flipped around in its polarity. Then it issues forth, but with this difference. It has itself become, owing to its development, a center of attraction. So now, once this traveling atom has been everywhere and gone back through the center, this next go round, the difference is now it becomes its own center of attraction. Thereby, it draws to itself a certain number of atoms of each plane through which it passes until it arrives at the cosmic belt, which is decreed as its habitation by its own specific gravity in relation to the centrifugal forces of the cosmic whirlings. Remember the glass vial that you have and you spin it around and the stuff on the inside of it is pulled to the edge of that glass depending on the density, depending on the weight, depending on the centrifugal force. So the heavier particles are going to be pulled all the way down. The lighter particles are going to be kind of suspended in the middle. Likewise, this great entity finds its home in that way. It arrives at the cosmic belt, which is decreed as its habitation by its own specific gravity in relation to the centrifugal forces of the cosmic whirlings. There will be then, in this new organization thus formed, a central nucleus of the traveling atom. There will be, in this new organization thus formed, a central nucleus of the traveling atom. This central nucleus will have implicit in it the modes of reaction to which it became habituated during its experience of the phases of cosmic evolution. So that central nucleus is going to have within it the modes of reaction that it became habituated with while it was evolving. So all the forces and all the patterns that it has gone through on its journey, that is what it knows, and that is how it will express itself. In order to achieve the absence of sensation, to which the presence and the continuance of habituated reactions in their accustomed ordered sequence alone can give rise, this nuclear atom continues to make its accustomed reactions owing to the momentum of its particles. Now, if I understand this correctly, I think that kind of just clicked for me. And if anybody else listening got this as well, I think what is mentioned here is that this whole system has been spinning the whole time. Now, since this traveling atom has stopped and found its place, the stuff in it, the ingredients and the stuff around it now is continuing to spin, right? Because that's the big point that she was making off the last chapter. It produces the same conditions that it was developed within. So if the great entity has stopped, then that would mean that everything else within that great entity continues to rotate and spin and swirl, which would make sense as to why the sun is stationary and everything else revolves around it. That would make sense, and that just clicked for me. If anybody else is reading this, let me know if that lines up with what you were thinking as well. Rosa Flame says samskaras. Hell yeah, damn near literally, right? Because what is samskaras? Samskaras are whirlpools of pattern. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cosmic whirlings. And so this is what she said. In order to achieve the absence of sensation, to which the presence and the continuance, right? That's the key right there. The continuance of habituated reactions in their accustomed ordered sequence alone can give rise. So it has to continue in the swirling pattern for evolution to continue. This nuclear atom continues to make its accustomed reactions owing to the momentum of its particles. These actions upon its part induce the corresponding reactions of the loose aggregations of matter from each cosmic plane that are gathered about it. Thus is built up a miniature cosmos. Bam. So that confirms it. See? There's something I missed last time around. Born and raised in the spinning, right? Straight out of ring cosmos. Straight out of ring cosmos. It's a product of its environment. It must continue being spin, spin, spin cycle. Okay. As may be perceived by a little thought, this cosmos, with the nuclear atom corresponding to the central stillness, which in the larger cosmos transmuted all reactions, in this, the reflected cosmos performs the same function. At the same time, the entire organism is subject to the phases of the cosmic forces. This cosmos, with the nuclear atom corresponding to the central stillness, okay? So the nuclear atom, the center of this cosmos here, this new cosmos that's being formed, the center of it, it becomes still, just like the central stillness, just like the center of the ring cosmos. That makes sense. Which is another reason why it had to stop and find its place, because it's reflecting the center. It's doing what the center did. Gotcha. Louis says, wait, samsara and samskaras are the same. Those are two different things. So samsara, we're talking about this wheel of reincarnation, this wheel of existing in the material planes, the multiple material planes. Samskaras are the deeply ingrained habit patterns of karma. So people talk about generational curses, any type of habit pattern that's attached to ego and existence. Those are samskaras. Likes and dislikes, those are also habit patterns of the ego. Those are samskaras. Now, the samskaras are what keep you locked in samsara, for sure. Zero says the center atom is like the zero state that connects you with the aim, is like the sattvic point. Boom. Absolutely. Louis says, yes, I'm remembering now. You definitely don't want to live a samskaric reality. Yeah, man. And that's a big part of this work, and a big part of yoga is learning how to disidentify with these samskaras. They are going to continue to perpetuate, but the secret is you disconnect from your karma. It's still going to happen. That's the deal. The karma is still happening, but the problem is we claim karma and we identify with karma and we own it. You don't have to own it. You can let it go. You can let it do what it's going to do because it's going to do what it's going to do. We just choose to be carried along with it. So you don't eliminate bad karma. Karma's going to continue, period. It's just whether or not you're gonna ride along with it. Michael Thomas says, "Wait, Travis, what's the difference between the two words again?" Well, you got to look at it, right? Samsara, the first one, samsara, that's the wheel. That's the wheel of reincarnation. Samskaras, that is a term for your habit patterns, your deep habit, not just, oh, I like to drink coffee in the morning, your deep habit patterns that cause you to behave the way that you behave. These can even be generational, they can be karmic, they can go before your current incarnation. Samskaras can actually be carried over incarnation to incarnation. So we talk about karma that you're carrying over from a past lifetime, those are also samskaras. Now, they are symbolized in metaphor as whirlpools. Yoga describes them as whirlpools that swirl around and carry you with them. So oftentimes we're kind of spinning around in these whirlpools of habit, of belief. Well, my daddy did it this way and his daddy did it this way, and that's what I'm going to do. That's a samskara. The average person, their entire life is built out of samskaras. All of our lives are built entirely out of samskara. That's why you have and do what you have, because of samskaras. And what I'm saying is, the trick to that is to disidentify with them. It's not that I wear black all the time, but the karma that I have locked into place for this physical body is black clothes. If for nothing else, nothing other than the simple fact that my closet is full of black clothes, right? If for nothing else other than that simple fact. But it's not, I'm not claiming that as my identity and my karma. I am the person who wears all black all the time. At this point, my closet is full, and whether I choose to or not, it's going to happen. That's the karma. So think of that metaphor with the rest of your karma. There is stuff that's set into motion. And that motion is not identical with what you actually are. What you actually are, this is what we're trying to describe here with this book. The karma that is being expressed, that's a part of the system. That's a part of the matrix. Patrick says, absolutely, blood memories are real. Facts. Patrick says, same. I wear black all the time, but it's not what I am. Right. Kenyon Lofton says, is there a way to gain the equivalent of siddhis in Western occultism? Absolutely. And that's a part of what ceremonial magic is about. So further on in ceremonial magic, we're talking about aligning with the cosmic forces that you're working with. And when you're in alignment with them, these siddhis spontaneously emerge in the same way that it happens with yoga. But it's the ceremonial magic that does it, because ceremonial magic is actually you performing the dance that's being described here. The rituals, the ceremonial rituals, is actually a reenactment of this cosmic birth and cosmic evolution. So when you're doing it with your physical body and your mind and your emotions, and you're doing this on a regular basis, you're unlocking these cosmic memories. That's what ceremonial magic is all about. Now, you might get into the game because you wanted to manifest some money, or you wanted to manifest some girl on a date or whatever. But when you continue performing rituals and doing magic, what you start to find is that you're actually dancing to the beat of a different drum. Before you were dancing to the beat of ego and attachment to your karma. When you start doing this work, you start dancing to the beat of the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not, which is a much, much more solid, firm, and deep samskara than, oh, I'm Travis Magus and I do YouTube and I know how to do some magic spells. Like, one of those patterns are going to be persistent forever. One of those patterns is going to fade away forever because it never existed in the first place. Travis never existed in the first place. You never existed in the first place. None of us really existed in the first place. Because when you zoom out, you see what we actually are is this great entity mixing and matching its ingredients, coming to a state of harmony. That's all it is. Louis says that book, Awakening Life Force by Swami Rajarshi Muni. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That one is close by me all the time. You said it goes in on samskaras, all of it. Right, right. So nice. I bought it twice. Sold one. Hell yeah, man. And hell, somebody that I put on might have bought it from you. Because I recently put somebody on that book a couple months ago. Absolutely, my friend. That is a gem to have in the library, especially the chapters on Samkhya. But it also goes in on Vedanta too. For those of y'all who are into the Vedanta thing, for those of y'all into that cosmic P. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, so all of experience is only the experience of the three gunas. Boom. That is the truth, my friend. That's the ultimate truth. That's the ultimate truth. Because if you just dissolve everything down to its core basic elements, that's all that there is. Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. That's it. That's it. Cosmic Puzzle Piece never existed. Even right now in this very moment, we are not real. We are the interaction of Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. We are these ingredients bouncing around just like what she's describing here. Like, this is still happening right now. But we're under this weird illusion. We're under this weird dream where our oh shit. Oh shit. This is what our consciousness is doing. It's caught up in this dance, and this is how it decides to play out. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. This shit is not even real. Good God Almighty. I'm telling you, man, I keep having these matrix break moments. I halfway feel like I'm going insane. But then it comes back. Let's get on with this, man. Fuck the bucket of ice, man. Fuck the bucket of ice.
You, Floyd, if you can read one full page of a Harry Potter book, nigga, I'll give $750,000 to whatever charitable organization you want to. Fuck the bucket of ice, man.
Fuck the bucket of ice. As may be perceived by a little thought, this cosmos, with the nuclear atom corresponding to the central stillness, which in the larger cosmos transmuted all reactions in this, the reflected cosmos, performs the same function. At the same time, the entire organism is subject to the phases of the cosmic forces. Its synthetic aspect receiving an impulse during the phases of the cosmic day, so-called, or those segments of the circle in which the positive or stimulative forces are predominant, and its analytical forces receiving a stimulus when passing through those segments of the circle in which the negative forces predominate. Likewise, as it passes through the sphere of influence of each ray, will the corresponding forces of its own nature receive an additional stimulus. You may conceive, then, This great organism traveling around a circle which is divided into 4 quarters, positive and negative alternately, right? In addition to this, oh my gosh, that is the 4 elements, man. And it splits even more into 12. Sheesh. And in addition to this, each quarter is subdivided into spheres of influence of the 3 rays. You have now the key to the so-called days and nights of Brahma and to the periods of evolution. But as this great organism we are now considering is itself a miniature cosmos, you will perceive that a more speedy cycle will be performed within its own nature. Okay, so since it's a miniature cosmos, the process is going to happen a little bit faster. And could it be that as we have a trickle-down effect, the smaller this cosmos, the faster it spins, the faster it evolves, all the way down to our atoms, which are infinitely small, and they go through this process faster than we can even conceive of, which is why they vibrate the way that they do, bouncing around and collecting, forming bigger things. And we are a larger version of them, so we vibrate and process slower. And our planet is even larger, so it moves a little bit slower. And our solar system is even bigger than us, and it moves slower. So on and so forth. Lord have mercy. In addition to these influences, there is another set of influences to be considered. These influences being the gravitational attractions of other great organisms upon the planes of the cosmos. All right, so we're getting ready for another influence, just in case you haven't had your fill with the previous ones. The relations between one great organism and others upon its own plane are fixed and determined before evolution commences, and being constant, need not be considered. So the relations between one great organism and others upon its own plane, right? So other great organisms that are all on the same plane, those relationships are fixed. And they're determined even before evolution commences, because we know, based on their density and their nucleus, we know where they're going to end up. So their fate is literally sealed. So the relations between one great organism and others upon its own plane are fixed and determined before evolution commences. And being constant need not be considered. But the revolutions of great entities upon other planes of the cosmos are conducted at different paces and without relation to those entities of other planes than their own. Therefore, they will pass in line with each other periodically, momentarily blocking the pull of the central attraction upon those organisms further out than themselves. I'm seeing it. Therefore, they will pass in line with each other periodically, momentarily blocking the pull of the central attraction upon those organisms further out than themselves, and also exerting a gravitational attraction upon all particles of their own plane and planes above their own in the mass of a great organism on an outer path. Okay, so picturing that, imagine we've got this, golly, wow. You can say it's almost like a record or a CD, like a flat disc with grooves going around it, all spinning. Now the great entities in the middle, on the middle ring, right, they're vibing at their own pace. They don't really affect each other because they're all kind of fixed and they all have their own static relationship. But if we go to the next ring, those great entities have different relationships. They have the same relationship with each other, but they have different relationships with the great entities on the inner ring. And if we keep expanding, there's an outer ring, right? There's about 7 different rings with their own citizens. Now, within the ring, everybody's cool with each other. They don't really affect each other. But what happens is the center has a gravitational pull, right? The central nucleus of the entire cosmos, it has a specific kind of pull. And every now and then, an inner plane great entity will move in front of that central pull and an outer entity. And that slightly disrupts the gravity, slightly. In fact, it slightly disrupts the gravity of the other entities further out because it's blocking, right? Every now and then it'll block the pull of the central sun on the outer entity because some middle ring entity will get in between it. So that is an influence that she's talking about as far as a gravitational pull. We're on chapter 8, the relation of a great entity. If you've got the Millennium Edition, this is chapter 8. If you've got a different edition, it might be a different chapter. But you see that? You see that what she's describing here? And this is also something I did not catch the first time around. So there's a constant relationship of entities on their same plane, and that's negligible for what we're talking about. She says it don't even need to be considered. So let's say you and I are 2 great entities on the same level. We already knew that we would be great entities on the same level because we grew up the same and we got the same experiences, so we cool. But then there's other entities that are on the plane above us. They move at a different rhythm. And then there's entities on the plane below us. They move at a different rhythm. Now, all of us are being held in place by that central sun. We're all being pulled by the central sun. We have a deeper gravity than the entities below us, and the entities above us have an even stronger gravity. Now, what happens is, every now, since we're all swirling and spinning around, every now and then, an inner plane entity will get in between us and the central source. And when that happens, that kind of loosens up the gravity, right? The gravity changes for us because something is in between us. And likewise, every now and then we get in front of a great entity on a higher plane. We block them. We block their relationship between the central pole. So what she's saying here is every now and then that type of interference happens. All right. Therefore, they will pass in line with each other periodically, momentarily blocking the pull of the central attraction upon those organisms further out than themselves, and also getting a gravitational attraction upon, also exerting a gravitational attraction upon all particles of their own plane and the planes above their own in the mass of a great organism on an outer path. This cutting off temporarily of the central attraction upsets the equilibrium of the outer organism, removing the centripetal check upon the centrifugal force. But the tendency of certain types of molecules to fly inwards towards the attracting body tends to counterbalance this. So in other words, even when that disruption happens, that doesn't really send everything into pure chaos, because the individual molecules that surround those great entities are already destined to flow towards the center of the great entity, not the center of the cosmos. So even though the great entity is momentarily being pulled inward, that doesn't obliterate the great entity, because its molecules, its composition is attracted to its center. Oh boy. Also, the whole will of the nuclear atom of that organism is to maintain constant habitual conditions which have become the law of its nature. The habituated conditions, it may be said in parentheses, are those sequences which man discovers and christens natural laws. That's what we call the natural laws. Likewise, the forces of the cosmos tend to maintain equilibrium, compensating each other. But there occurs, nevertheless, at irregular intervals, conditions which require compensation, and these give rise to varying degrees of irregularity in the movement of great entities, and hence to the presence of positive evil, sin, and disease within their spheres. So that's what begins to cause those types of things. The cosmos itself has to strive to attain adjustment at the commencement of each phase of its evolution. For the culture, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Realm Lilith says central source sounds like a black hole. Indeed, indeed. I would say it sounds more like a white hole, and that the ring chaos sounds more like the black hole. It's like the ring chaos is like it pulls everything outward. But eventually what the ring chaos pulls outward, it's cycled back around through this central source. So they're corrected like this weird toroidal field. So yeah, it could be. We could be dealing with two ends of a black hole. I think that makes sense. That's how it behaves, at least. I always found it interesting that they decided, that they all agreed upon this image of a black hole. That image that they decided upon, doesn't it look a whole lot like the ring chaos, ring cosmos? One ring going on one plane and then another one going around it. It looks a whole lot like what she's describing here. I wonder what made them stick with that image. The occultists at NASA. All right, so likewise, the forces of the cosmos tend to maintain equilibrium, compensating each other, but there occurs, nevertheless, at irregular intervals, conditions which require compensation, and these give rise to varying degrees of irregularity in the movement of great entities, and hence to the presence of positive evil, sin, and disease within their spheres. The cosmos itself has to strive to attain adjustment at the commencement of each phase of its evolution. That has to strive to attain adjustment. And the irregularities which occur before adjustment is affected, and which have to be pulled straight in the course of evolution, are the origin of this evil, in the sense in which the word is used popularly. So she's talking about actual evil, what people know. In the sense in which the word cosmic evil is a limitation, an opposition, and is the prime condition of manifestation. So for something to manifest, it must have this cosmic evil, which is another word for limitation, for opposition. That is the prime condition of manifestation. But also, she mentioned this influence, this disruption of how when something might get in between the pull of the central source and an outer sphere, right? And according to what she's talking about, we exist on the outermost ring. So I can imagine that this interruption of pull happens frequently, and we probably feel it the most. So what she was saying here about that is, even though the gravity is a bit disrupted when that passing happens, that doesn't cause the whole solar system to fly out of whack, because every part of this particular system is attracted to the center of the system. And then that is and then we can say it's all attracted to our sun. But our sun is attracted to the central pole of the cosmos. Interesting, right? Because I never stopped to think about that. How come we aren't pulled towards what holds the sun in place? Because we're of a different order of existence than the sun. We're a dream of the sun. So the cosmos itself has to strive to attain adjustment at the commencement of each phase of its evolution. So at the beginning of each phase of its evolution, it has to strive to attain adjustment. Now, the irregularities which occur before the adjustment, those are affected, and which have to be pulled straight in the course of evolution, are the origin of this evil, in the sense that the word is used popularly. So at every stage of evolution, it's as if our sun or our great entity is attempting to correct the imbalance that happened the last time the gravity was upset. And it's that whole correction process where we get what we actually call evil, with bad people doing bad stuff or whatnot. That's the process of our central sun attempting to rebalance and reharmonize what was pulled out of order previously. Anyways, the cosmic evil, the divine death is implicit in each great entity and is the basis of its manifestation and evolution. For without limitation, without finiteness, there can be no manifestation. And without death or discarding of the outworn, there can be no progress. These elements then of cosmic opposition are always present in a manifested universe. But the universal evil, under its two aspects of sin or perverted force and disease or perverted form, right? So we got perverted force and perverted form. These elements of cosmic opposition are always present in a manifested universe. But universal evil, under its two aspects of sin or perverted force and disease or perverted form, are due to the irregularities of orbit caused by passings of great organisms upon different planes of the cosmos. So that disruption in the gravity, that's what causes perverted force and perverted form. Because we're all being pulled slightly out of order. These are always found in their extreme form at the beginnings of an evolution and are generally adjusted in the course of an evolution as compensations are made, until at the end of an evolution, a perfect and rhythmical balance of the whole cosmos has been achieved, a synthesis of action and reaction, which maintains stability. Well, that's interesting. Interesting, right? So I know people are always looking for someone or something to blame. Well, maybe there is no body to blame. What we're seeing in the planet, with each other, with society, is the result of force and form attempting to balance itself. It doesn't matter who the person is to blame, because if it wasn't them, it would be somebody else. It's never about the person. You may conceive of the cosmos as extended in space and in time, but when you come to consider a great entity, its parts or aspects are not extended in space or time, but are implicit in its nature as habitual reactions, which are made whenever and wherever the appropriate stimulus is forthcoming. Wowzer. Okay, this is why I have this highlighted, because this help me understand what the soul is, and that's why I call the soul the potentiality. The potentiality. It contains the potentiality of everything you can possibly do given the right stimulus. We are incarnations of that potentiality. So yeah, that paragraph hits it right there. You may conceive of the cosmos as extended in time and space and time. But when you can come to consider a great entity, its parts or aspects are not extended in space or time, but are implicit in its nature. How? As habitual reactions, which are made whenever and wherever the appropriate stimulus is forthcoming. Therefore, all the phases of cosmic evolution, the rings, the rays, and the planes, occupy neither time nor space in the organism of a great entity, but are implicit in its nature. That's huge. That's your Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. They don't exist somewhere out there. They exist implicit in the nature of everything. Now, this is the fourth dimension, the dimension of the implicit nature of the nuclear atom, which determines the nature of the manifested universe which it projects. Golly. Man, you better meditate on them 3-4 paragraphs right there, because that'll show you some shit. That's the soul, right? That's the soul. The soul don't exist well, these are my words, Travis Mages. The soul don't exist somewhere. The soul is a potentiality. It's a potentiality. And it contains within that potentiality data. What kind of data? What kind of data? What did she say? Habitual reactions. So the soul is, to me now, again, this is me. The soul is a cloud of habitual reactions. A cloud of habitual pattern reaction. And given the appropriate stimulus, those pattern reactions will express themselves. Right? Now that's what I see when I say the soul. So the person that was here earlier, and I'm sure that they left because of that conversation, they said that, well, everybody doesn't have a soul, right? My response was, that's not even possible. You can't exist without a soul, because soul comes before manifestation. Something doesn't manifest unless it manifests out of a soul. So in this particular case, we're talking about potential data. And the condition for its existence is stimulus. And that determines your incarnation. That determines your karma. That determines whatever. That's how I see this thing now. Perhaps when they were talking about the soul, they might have were talking about something else. But when I see this higher self, when I see this fine and subtle and pure aspect of the individual person, what these texts refer to as the individuality, that's what I see. Higher self. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says Buddhi. Yes, yeah, we're talking about the same thing. Forces of habit, right? That's what this is. This is all data that is patterned. So there's no room for whatever that stuff is they were talking about. Tune them out real quick, right? You know, that's what I was saying. What I was saying is, are we talking about ego stuff, or are we talking about cosmic stuff? But you know, we get the picture. Everybody here, at least that I see, at least you get the picture. We're talking about raw data. Good stuff here. Good stuff here. If you got this book, make sure that you take a moment out of your day this week to meditate on them 3-4 paragraphs, page 60, 61, right here in chapter 8. And you don't have to take my word for it to believe what I say, but I would say perhaps consider what you believe is the soul, and read this right here and see if that might shine some light or point you into a direction. Because that's what I've concluded when it comes to the soul, right? Brother Panic used to ask, what is the soul? People are talking about soul. Do I have a soul? They don't have a soul, whatever. What is the soul, right? That's a question that you need to answer before you can say somebody has or doesn't have it. And really, that's a question that you need to answer for further understanding of self. Soul is not just you with a ghost body. That's what we believed as children, but we're not children anymore. Soul is not you as a ghost body. It's got to be something that extends above and beyond your personality, above and beyond your ego. It's got to be. Because otherwise, you're just talking about your mind. All right. Check. I'm going to say check because that's something that needs to be checked. Check me on it. Check yourself on it. Check the text. That's what check means. Make sure that you looking at this and we on the same page with it. Because really, if we talking about magic, spirituality, whatever, and we're not talking about this type of stuff right here, what are we really What are we really talking about, right? What are we really doing if we ain't talking about this soul type stuff? If we talking about ego stuff and I just feel my, I don't know, my personal experience, my human experience. We all got that. We don't need to share that. Everybody got one. I don't need to read a book about that. I don't need to meditate and study about my truth and my feelings and what I like and what I don't like. I need to know something that I don't understand, right? I need to know who and what I am past the ego, past my habit patterns that I've developed over time, past my likes and my dislikes, past my body, past my physical body. Know thyself. Know thyself. Can you imagine? Somebody saw the phrase "know thyself" and thought it was talking about your physical body and your personality. Know thyself. Go look in the mirror. Yeah, I know myself. That's me. Yeah, I'm awakened. I'm woke. I'm enlightened. I know myself. Look in the mirror. That's not true because you can't turn around and see your backside. You can't see the back of your head. So you can't know your physical self all the way around. Rosa Flame says, good place to start. Fair. Good place to start. You're right. Good place, especially if you don't know, right? Okay. So we have seen then. What have we seen? We have seen then that the traveling atom builds itself a form of cosmic substance out of the matter of the 7 cosmic planes. And this form, of which the nuclear atom with its habituated reactions is the ensouling life, is subject to the influence enumerated. All right, so the traveling atom, it has built itself a body. It has built a form out of cosmic substance. What cosmic substance? It's built itself out of the matter of the 7 cosmic planes. So as through its travels, bouncing up, down, left and right and all around, bounce, all around, it has collected and gathered a substance to form its body, right? Now the nuclear atom of that cloud, of that substance, with its habituated reactions, right? because it's been around the world. It is it's the soul. It is the ensouling life. Now right? That nuclear atom that has been everywhere and collected this cloud of potentiality, it is subject to the influences that we've been talking about. It is subject to the gravity of the central pull. We have now, you will perceive, traced two phases of evolution: the cosmos phases and the more rapid recapitulation of the phases of the development of a great entity, right? So the cosmos phases, positive and negative, spinning round, and also the faster phases of the great entity. And we have studied that great entity in its relation to the cosmos with its environment, which is its environment. So the cosmos is the environment of the great entity. And to the central stillness, which is the compensation of all forces of the cosmos. So the central stillness keeps everything in order, keeps everything balanced, harmonious. She said the central stillness, which is the compensation of all forces of the cosmos, which is its God. So for all intents and purposes, we can say that central stillness is the God of the cosmos. Now, guess what? When you look at it that way, you'll see that what's the word we can use? Every realm has its version of God, right? We're talking about this grand scale ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not, which, by the way, isn't physical. It exists in a higher dimension. We could say that the central pull, that central nucleus, is the God of that realm. Now, if we zoom in to these bouncing, traveling atoms that are becoming solar systems, well, that central bouncing atom is the God of its realm. Now, if you keep zooming in, you're going to keep finding a different realm and a different God of that realm. And it keeps going like that because we are talking in terms of context, not content. Woo! One True Goddess says God equals pressure. Dion Fortune, right? Right? Remember when she said that? Very key. Extremely key. Uh-oh. I see the Gunas right here. Let's keep going. You talking that sass trap. Believe it or not, I've missed all of the videos where Panic said that. I have not heard him say that once, which is wild. Because the first time I've heard it is when people in the chat said it. Know thyself, right? Know thyself. Know thy physical body. But yeah, you're right. Like Rosa Flame said, it is a good place to start. In fact, it's probably the only place to start. So we have now, you will perceive, traced two phases of evolution: the cosmic phases, cosmos phases, and the more rapid recapitulation of the phases of the development of a great entity. And we have studied that great entity in its relation to the cosmos, which is its environment, and to the central stillness, which is the compensation of all forces of the cosmos, which is its God. We will now consider the life of a great entity in relation to the universe of which it is itself the God. Well, what's that mean? The creator, the conditioner, the sustainer. Creator, conditioner, sustainer. Generator, destroyer, operator. Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu. And you know what? I like that. I like that better than generator, operator, destroyer, right? Creator, conditioner instead of destroyer. Because the force of Tamas and what Shiva represents, you wouldn't necessarily say that it's destruction. However, you can see conditioning. And the Tamasic aspect of the Trinity up in these cards, right? You can see as the magician. He's not destroying anything, but he's most certainly conditioning raw force into form. So we can see the left hand path as the path of conditioning, the path of conditioning, shaping things, forming things. I wouldn't call myself left hand path whatsoever, but you could say the middle path is the path of sustaining, balance, harmonizing. Hence the two pillars. Hence the two pillars she got next to her. And the cross on her chest, representing the Tifereth force, right? Her feet on Yasad, representing that her basis is in the etheric realm, not even the material plane. And you can't have the left hand path and the middle path without the right hand path. And we're talking about pure expression and creation of the divine cosmic force, planting seeds everywhere, regardless of whether they're going to grow or not. It's just the act of planting those seeds. So you want to know something? Those prosperity churches are some of the most pure right hand path churches you can get. Those prosperity churches, remember the ones that y'all hate and love to, oh, he's not really Christian because he's rich. He's not really Christian because he has a mega church. Well, hey, they are expressing the right hand path better than anybody you know. They doing exactly what they're here to do. They're rich. They are not about God. How can you be a pastor and be rich? He's scamming his people, scamming the congregation. I hate them. IDK says, I like to see the catabolic force as the sculptor. Conditioning goes hand in hand. Yes. Yes. Generator, operator, conditioner. Keenan Lofton says conditioning sounds Saturnian. Precisely. Right. So yeah. For me, at least, and from what one thing that I just learned now, in my inner cosmos, I will replace destroyer with conditioner because that just makes better sense. Boom. Boom. Library of Correspondence is updated. IDKDKDF says it's not about choosing a path. Precisely. That whole concept right there confuses people so much, right? They think it's about some type of gang and club and territory. I'm left hand path. Shut up. You don't even understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. About I'm left hand, I'm this, I'm that. Do you understand the words that are coming out of your mouth?
In English. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I cannot.
I got it. I finally got it. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says that central atom is so blissful and passionate, it hurts and I hate it. But the further I drift away, I ache because I can't live without it. And you don't have to worry because that's not even a choice, right? Not even a choice. So you're good. You're good. Absolutely. All right. So you will perceive that a great entity comes out from the central stillness. A great entity comes out from the central stillness and takes its place upon its appointed circuit and conducts its organization under the influence of the negative or destructive phase of the cosmos. And this may seem strange to you, that creation should take place under the influence of a destructive phase of the cosmos or any other organization which, by overbalancing the synthesis of forces achieved in a phase of evolution, causes them to embark upon a fresh phase of development in order to reestablish their harmony. And as they commence this phase with the experience of the preceding phase implicit in their nature, they commence where the last phase ended. Okay, it's making sense to me. I get it. They climb upon its shoulders, and thereby evolution arises to a greater complexity, for it has now become an organization of organisms. You will see this principle prevailing throughout all things, great and little, above and below. It is one of the cosmic principles and one little known, if known at all. If known at all. Okay, so I did get that one. I did catch that one. Because you got to remember what she talked about before and how at one point the traveling atoms were bouncing around and collecting experience, right? Because I've said that so many times, remember? Bouncing around, collecting experience, traveling through every square inch of the cosmos. Then once it had become basically equal to the central pull, it was pulled in. And then over time, all of the great atoms were all pulled into the center. Now everybody came home. Boom. Everybody came home. Now what happens is they're in a state of stability. The entire cosmos has reached a sattvic state, but it's brief. It's brief. One thing about sattva, one thing about that third polarity is that it's near impossible for the third polarity to exist in a dual ruled universe. That's why the dual ruled universe hates sattva, hates that third polarity, because manifestation is ruled by positive and negative, masculine and feminine. So once all the atoms are pulled to the center, the universe is experiencing a brief moment of sattva. Then it turns to the next phase, which is the negative phase. Now, once it's turned around to that negative phase, what happens? All those atoms that were resting in sattvic state in the center are now being flung out. That's where we are now. Boom. Most people hate sattvic qualities, right? Because it's dissonant to the dualistic reality of Rajas and Tamas. It's dissonant. You've got to be sattvic in order to appreciate it. People don't want, what do we want to see on TV? We want to see women fighting each other and ripping their hair out. We want to see dudes killing each other. Like, we want to see everybody going to war. We want to see everybody causing and inflicting pain. That's what people want, right? But again, like what she was saying here, we entered a state of peaceful sattva, but then it flips into that negative state. And what happens is all those central atoms are flung back out. That's where we are now. So that's what she's saying, that creation is happening during a negative state because we're in that stage where those central atoms have been flung out. Now let me read it again. You will perceive that a great entity comes out from the central stillness and takes its place upon its appointed circuit and conducts its organization under the influence of the negative or destructive phases of the cosmos. What? And this may seem strange to you, that creation should take place under the influence of a destructive phase of the cosmos or any other organization which, by overbalancing the synthesis of forces achieved in a phase of evolution, causes them to embark upon a fresh phase of development in order to reestablish their harmony. So this is all done to reestablish harmony, right? And as they commence this phase, with the experience of the preceding phase implicit in their nature, they commence where the last phase ended. They climb upon its shoulders, and thereby evolution arises to a greater complexity, for it has now become an organization of organisms. You will see this principle prevailing throughout all things, great and little, above and below. It is one of the cosmic principles and one little known, if known at all. Okay, so you get it? This creation and evolution and development is happening under a negative phase because it's picking up where it left off. We're picking up where we left off. The fact that we're here now is because the stereotyped early phase of archetypes had to be created. The context had to be created for the content to fill the gaps. And guess what? It's going to happen again. Once this existence reaches its equilibrium again, it's going to flip around and it's just going to continue and continue over and over and over from 1 to 0, back to 1 to 0, from 1 to 0. It's infinite. There is no beginning and no end. It's infinite. It's going to keep doing that. It's going to keep doing that. Keep on, keep on, keep on, keep on dancing. Chicano's fighting for higher learning says, I'm a plane diving, time traveling, gnosis stealing son of a gun. And I'm having a hard time holding these Dion Fortune boots down. And low key Trav done pull a tarot card out of thin air on camera. I wasn't supposed to do that. My bad. My bad, man. Nobody saw it. Nobody remembers. Walk in shadows, move in silence, guard against extraterrestrial violence. But no, we ain't on no government list. We straight don't exist. No names and no fingerprints. Louis says those passions are drawn from a reservoir most can never understand or reach. Right, right. They tapped into their essence of the right-hand path as they are supposed to. As they're supposed to. Rosa Flame says, this chapter is so good. I agree with you. I'm agree with you. Lord of mercy. Oh, shit. Man, you telling me all this damn time I was on data and not on Wi-Fi? Ain't that a mother? This whole time I done burnt up my data. I can't believe it. How you turn that thing off? Outstanding. You have consumed 80% of your data. Huh? All right. Let's get back to it. See? The duality of this world hates the sattvic qualities. Let's wrap this chapter up. It is amazing, Zero. I agree with you. Oh, wait, hold on. We still got another 2 pages. Okay, so likewise, the phases of development during which a great entity organizes itself are internal and therefore subjective. Okay, here's where it gets interesting now, because what's that mean? Likewise, the phases of development during which a great entity organizes itself, the phases of development which a great entity organizes itself are internal and therefore subjective. They are not carried out under the stimulus of sensations derived from external conditions, but under the stimulus of feelings arising from internal conditions. And the phase corresponding to the phase of existence which a human soul passes through between death and birth. What? Under the stimulus of feelings arising from internal conditions. So feelings arising from internal conditions, and the phase corresponding to the phase of existence which a human soul passes through between death and birth. So there's a phase of existence where a human soul passes through between death and birth. So after the death of this physical body and before you come back to be born again, there is a phase that the soul goes through. Right? Now, what about that phase? What about that phase? The phases of development of this great entity. These phases are subjective and they're being carried out under the sensations of not external conditions, but under the stimulus of feelings arising from internal conditions, and the phase corresponding to the phase of existence which a human soul passes through between. So there's almost like a death phase for this great entity. What we would consider death to us, or what we would consider like death, the experience that our soul goes through before incarnation, that's the phase in which this great entity is organizing itself and evolving. Another dream, another illusion. This phase having been completed, a great entity having arrived at the greatest degree of organization which it is capable of, with the conditions at its disposal, can go no further. And we know what happens when an entity can't go any further. It stays in place, and the process of evolution happens on a smaller scale. Let's see. Being organized throughout, each part is affected by and responds to changes in any other part. It is therefore fully conscious, for consciousness is but awareness, and awareness is but reaction to a stimulus. Awareness is reaction to a stimulus. I know I highlighted it, but for extra emphasis, put an arrow next to that. Awareness is but a reaction to stimulus. The conditions of its nature, being habitual in their sequence, no longer give rise to conscious stimuli. The great entity has therefore a consciousness, but nothing of which it can be conscious of except itself. That's why it has to be subjective, huh? The cosmos, be it noted, being entirely habitual to this entity, forms the conditioning background of its consciousness, which is comparable to the human subconsciousness of the automatic level. This is insane, man. This is insane. Zero says, and it's really thick, the knowledge full of magical nutrients. Right. You are most definitely going to get a healthy meal off of this right here. If you got the teeth to chew it up. Now, everybody ain't got the teeth to chew it up. Some people missing their front teeth. Some people ain't got their molars in yet. Louis says, sounds like a feminine polarity right there. Possibly an amalgamation of both. Yeah, because the gestation, the development, the womb, death is most certainly feminine. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, bro, it's like I know this book. I'm tripping. Sheesh, man. You might be in relation to the one who delivered this book. It's all about you, bro. Let me read that again. So this phase having been completed, a great entity having arrived at the greatest degree of organization which it is capable of, with the conditions at its disposal, can go no further. Being organized throughout, each part is affected by and responds to changes in any other part. It is therefore fully conscious. For consciousness is but awareness, and awareness is but stimulus. Awareness is but reaction to a stimulus. The conditions of its nature being habitual in their sequence. So the conditions of its nature being habitual in its sequence, just like the deep sea squid, it's conditioned to the deep sea pressure. So it develops a body and an experience according to its deep sea pressure, right? Likewise, this great entity, it grew up in an ocean of swirling the swirling of the ring cosmos and the anti-swirling of the ring chaos and the containment of the ring past not. So that's the ocean. That's the conditions that this thing is evolving in. It has passed through 12 rays. It has passed through 7 zones, right? With 3 qualities. So that's what it knows. That's built into its DNA. Those are the conditions of its nature. So it has nothing to express but that. Now, these conditions being habitual in their sequence, they no longer give rise to conscious stimuli. So it is no longer consciously aware of the 3 gunas. It's no longer consciously aware of the 12 rays. It's no longer consciously aware of the 7 zones. It's no longer consciously aware of good and evil as far as the ring chaos and the ring cosmos. No longer gives rise to conscious stimuli. The same way that a fish isn't aware of water. A fish is not aware of, hell, we not aware of oxygen. Earthworm is barely aware of the dirt and the mud, because those are the conditions of our nature, and they don't give rise to conscious stimuli. Your blinking and your heartbeat and your breathing, they don't give rise to your conscious stimuli because you're so used to it, you're conditioned to it. The great entity has, therefore, a consciousness, but nothing of which it can be conscious except itself. Why? Because itself is the only thing that is the anomaly, is what's different from the spin and the pull and the 3 and the 12 and the 7. Itself is what is different from what it's used to. It is aware of itself because it is different from everything else. Does that make sense? The cosmos, be it noted, being entirely habitual to this entity. So the entire cosmos is habitual to it. It can't notice it because it's built out of it. The same way a fish does not notice the water. The cosmos forms the conditioning background of its consciousness. That's that springboard that Dion Fortune talked about. That's the triple blackness. That's also a quality of Bina. That's your matrix right there. That's your matrix right there. But the cosmos forms the conditioning background of its consciousness, which is comparable to the human subconsciousness of the automatic level. So the equivalent for us would be what we're calling the subconscious mind. We don't pay attention to the subconscious mind because that's what our conscious mind grew out of. Our conscious mind sprouted out of the subconscious mind the same way that a fish lives its entirety of life in water. Just like that deep sea squid can only exist in the pressure of the deep. Your conscious mind only exists within the deep sea pressure of the subconscious mind. You don't notice the subconscious mind. You only notice yourself because you're different from the subconscious mind. You only notice your conscious mind because it's reacting to things, whereas the subconscious mind is not reacting to things, not the same way. The subconscious mind is a collection of information, a collection of data. Just like the water that the fish lives in. The fish is swimming around in the ocean. Your conscious mind is swimming around in the subconscious. And this great entity is swimming around in the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not. Oy vey. Let's not stop there. Let's not stop there because she ain't finished. It has then created, by the sensations of its own nature, a concept of itself, of which it is aware. Know thyself? Speaking of know thyself, see, this type of thing is disturbing, right? This is disturbing. Can you ask somebody to think beyond their conscious mind? Can you ask somebody to expand past that little small slice of consciousness that we call the human mind? It's not going to be something that is it's disturbing to the conscious mind. It'll be disturbing to the fish to realize water. It will be disturbing to the fish to realize water. It will be disturbing to the deep sea squid to pull him up to the surface. It would literally be traumatic to his body. In the same way that awakening too fast will be traumatic to the ego. So this veil of Maya, this is what I've been saying for a couple months now. The veil of Maya is a mercy. This illusion is a mercy. The fact that people need white Jesus and you need gods and spirits and demons and angels, those things are a mercy, because for us to really see what's going on would break us. I don't care how tough you think you are. I know you've seen it all. You're dark. You done summoned everything, and you said Candyman 3 times in the dark and Bloody Mary. You've been doing that since you were 7. I know. But even you too. A real vision of this thing would shatter you. So the veil of Maya is a mercy. I know you thoroughbred dark side. I know it. You scare me. You so tough, you scare me. But I tell you what, you step foot in that doth, 99% chance you're gonna turn around and say, I'll come back later when I'm ready. 99.9% chance you're gonna turn around and say, I'll try it again when I'm ready. Mr. Tough, Mr. Spiritual Tough Guy, Miss Spiritual Tough Girl. Although I don't think I've ever met a woman with that type of mindset. It's mostly ego-filled dudes ready to prove their strength. I'm God. I was a king. I was a pharaoh. Hilarious. I meditated for 12 hours straight. Today, what you did? Drop the books, man. Fuck the books. I don't need a book. I go within. But that must be a short trip, my friend. Teeth grinding type niggas. Michael Thomas says, I ain't gonna lie, Trav. I want to get what you're saying, but I'm not 100% catching, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, if you can at least tell me if you would like me to go further. If you could just perhaps tell me the part that you're talking about, I'd be more than happy to maybe go over it a little bit more. Because I said a few things just then. Was it the part about the mercy, the veil of Maya being a mercy? Master of all magics. I master magics 5. Give me alchemy, electricity, thermatology. The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. H.P. Lovecraft. Woo! If that's not a line for you right there. The most merciful thing in the world. Absolutely. Absolutely. I meditate with my chest out. Man. And these folks are real. They are real. I done met a couple of them, had a couple discussions. You gotta let them run into a brick wall. That's something you gotta learn on your own. Michael Thomas says the last highlighted paragraph, and yes, then those things. Okay. Let's do that. I'm the king of Zamunda of the spirit world. About the great entity and the whole subconscious, unconscious waters we are not ready for. I keep thinking you're talking about the higher self or something. Okay. Yeah. So let's talk about it then. We'll go back one paragraph on page 62. This phase having been completed, a great entity having arrived at the greatest degree of organization which it is capable of, with the conditions at its disposal, can go no further. Right? So that first line, basically what we're saying is this great entity which has been around the world, it has found its place and it's settled down, and it has had so many experiences, it is fully developed to its maximum. There's nothing else for it to do. It has reached the prime of its stage. But that doesn't mean the end of the story. So it's fully evolved on the macro, but on the micro, the process continues. Dion Fortune said in another book, for something to be evolved, it must first be involved. So the next line says, being organized throughout, each part is affected by and responds to changes in any other part. It is therefore fully conscious. For consciousness is but awareness, and awareness is but reaction to a stimulus. So with this great entity being fully evolved, it knows itself at this level now. So every particle of itself has an awareness of itself. Now, the thing is about the waters and the unconscious is that, like I said, I'm using the metaphor of the fish. Imagine a fish's life cycle. It starts out as an egg, then it hatches and becomes a fish swimming around, and then it dies, or it lays more eggs and it dies. Throughout that whole process, it never once asked, what is water? Because the fish, it lived its entire existence in the medium of water. It doesn't know about the mountains, doesn't know about the beach, it doesn't know about land. It just knows about water because it's been surrounded by water. Now that's important because since it has lived its entire experience within water, it's become accustomed to it. It doesn't pay any attention to water whatsoever. It simply breathes in through its gills and exhales and goes on about its life. So that's showing you that there are qualities of its environment that it naturally ignores. It ignores because it doesn't have to pay attention to them. The same way that we ignore oxygen, we don't have to pay attention to it. You're going to breathe. Your body it's become acquainted with the conditions of oxygen. You follow so far? Let me know in the chat where we're at. So it's acquainted with these conditions. The same way that, like what Rosa Flame said, the earth is spinning. It's spinning. We're not thinking about the spin. We're used to it. Well, they tell us it's spinning. I don't know. I've never seen it. We're acquainted to that motion. So we don't think about it. We don't consider it. We don't factor it into anything. All of our science and math, nothing is affected by it because we factor it in already. Now, if it were to stop spinning, we would notice simply because what we're used to changed. If a fish is pulled out of water, it would notice. So let's continue. It is therefore fully conscious, for consciousness is but awareness, and awareness is but reaction to stimulus, right? So awareness is reaction to stimulus. Keep in mind the fish is not stimulated by the water, so it's not aware of the water. We're not stimulated by oxygen, so we're not aware of oxygen. You're not stimulated by the beating of your heart and all the rhythms of your organs. Your stomach is processing food and your intestines are doing their thing. All your organs are doing their thing. But 100% of your life, you've just been accustomed to it, so you don't pay attention to it. The only thing that you'll notice is when it stops working properly, just like the fish will notice when it's pulled out of water. Now, the conditions of its nature being habitual in their sequence, that's what that means, no longer gives rise to conscious stimuli, right? So that's what I just explained. The great entity has therefore a consciousness. So this great entity, the God of our system here, it has a consciousness, but nothing of which it can be conscious of except itself. So look, this great entity, it can't be conscious of the cosmos because it's literally lived its entire existence. It was born in the cosmos. It bounced off the ring pass nut. It was pulled to and fro by the ring chaos. The same way that the fish swims around in that water and doesn't pay attention to the water. This great entity doesn't pay attention to the cosmos. In fact, all it can be aware of is itself, because it is something that is different from the spin of the ring cosmos. Just like the fish is aware of itself because it is different from the water. Just like you as a baby at some point realized, hey, I am my own thing. I am my own entity. You start to realize that because you notice that you're different from your mother, you're different from the environment. That's what self-awareness is. All right? So the great entity has therefore a consciousness, but nothing of which it can be conscious of except itself. The cosmos, be it noted, being entirely habitual to this entity, forms the conditioning background of its consciousness. So the consciousness of this great entity can only have come about because of this great background of the cosmos. So the fish could only have come about, fish have only evolved because of water. If it wasn't for the properties and the qualities and the rhythms of water, the ecosystem of water, fish wouldn't develop, frogs wouldn't develop, sharks wouldn't develop, jellyfish wouldn't develop, that deep sea squid wouldn't develop at its massive size if it wasn't for the conditions of the deep sea. So the cosmos, be it noted, being entirely habitual to this entity, forms the conditioning background of its consciousness. The data of the cosmos is still there, but the great entity isn't aware of that. It's just like the data of your heart beating and your blood pressure. It's still there, but you're not aware of it. All right, so it forms the conditioning background of its consciousness, which is comparable to the human subconsciousness of the automatic level. So in the same way, your mind, your thinking mind that's processing this information, the data, we're having a discussion here, and your same thinking mind that you go about your daily business and do all your stuff, that thinking mind doesn't give two squirts of piss about the subconscious. Not really. We talk about mastering the subconscious mind and imprint, we talk about those things. But in actuality, the subconscious mind is like the ocean that a fish lives in. The fish being your conscious mind. It's very difficult for the fish to comprehend the water. How can a fish comprehend the water? Unless it's pulled out of the water. Then it can really see how important that water was, right? If a fish was pulled out of that water, it's faced with an immediate trauma. The same way that the conscious mind, if dissolved into the subconscious, would face an immediate trauma. If you really tapped into your subconscious mind, your conscious mind would go into, more than likely, your conscious mind would jump into fight or flight mode. It would panic. Because the conscious mind has constructed a reality for itself to live comfortably. You know that you got something to eat in the fridge. You know that you're going to work. You're going to see your friends. Hee hee ha ha. You're going to see your mom, your dad, your brothers, whatever. You're going to see all the different symbols of life that make you comfortable. That's what you're going to see. And those things are a mercy. That's what I'm saying. Those things are a mercy because it keeps your psyche intact. It keeps your psyche comfortable. But when the illusion is pulled away, you will see that those people don't exist. In fact, you don't exist. The only thing that exists is the water that the fish lives in. The subconscious mind is composed of a collection of data, a collection of archetypes, a collection of patterns. You know, because even science tells you, psychology tells you, what you're experiencing as life is not what life really is. This is your projection. What you are is encountering this raw data, and then you're creating a simulation so you can navigate the raw data, right? So you're encountering these different pushes and pulls of energy and motion, rajas and tamas and sattva, but your brain is putting forth an illusion so you can see your mom, your dad, your boss at work, the president, your enemy, melanin, and people who have souls that don't, or whatever the fantasy is that you call life. You've created that. And that goes for all of us, me too. But the thing to understand is one day that veil will be removed and you're going to see what's really there. Part of my mission here is to go ahead and understand what's behind that veil, so that when it's ripped away, I can see it, and not panic and, oh, please let me manifest again. I can't take it. I got to come back. I got to have another body, right? Panic talked about not coming back again, and everybody who's in the comments, oh, I'm not coming back again either, Panic, knowing good and goddamn well, when faced with the imminent reality, nobody's going to be big, bad, and tough, chest out, right? Because there's not going to be a chest to puff. Let me know if that's what I was saying. Let me know if that comes through clear. Let me know if that's what comes through clear. So yeah, we do the theatrics, the spooky stuff, talking about the magic and the melanin and I'm this, that, and the third, but don't get it twisted. I know good and I know what we're working with here. And I do things intentionally. I do things on purpose. Notice the high priestess, right? She sits on that block. What's that block represent? That represents what we just talked about. That's that subconscious mind. The throne of Isis, that throne that she's sitting on right here, that represents all the data, the cosmos, basically. All the data that exists here to build upon the subconscious mind. All the stuff that we don't think about. That's what the throne is. That's how you can sit on the throne, because it's already established. Now that veil behind her is that veil that we're talking about. You see the pretty pomegranates, and it looks like the tree of life design, and all that's you decorating your altar. That's you putting your spiritual symbols up in your room, and your candles. You got a Baphomet statue because that's cool right now, right? That veil right there represents the things that we do to decorate what the raw data actually is. But you can see that veil is just a covering. When you pull that veil away, there's an infinite ocean behind her. There's an infinite ocean, and you are nowhere to be found. There are no veils, no pomegranates. There's no tree of life back there. There's no God. There's no devil. Nothing is back there but the infinite ocean of existence. Part of what keeps the humans reincarnating in the veil, in the samsara, is the fact that shit is terrifying. Nobody here wants to dive into them waters. That's what the abyss of Doth is. She's the abyss she's sitting in front of is Doth. Nobody wants to go through there. But the beauty of the high priestess is she can help you cross that abyss without falling over, without drowning. She can help you cross it without drowning. And you see she holds in her hand the Torah, which is the scripture, the holy word, the science, the stuff that we're studying. Not the Cosmic Doctrine as a book itself, but the context and the concept of people like Dion Fortune, who traveled and swam through these waters and came back with information that's useful and appropriate, so that you can use it, so that it'll help you navigate. That's what all this study is. I know people are like, oh, you don't need to read books. A man wrote the book. You fucking fool. That's not what this is about. The books help you to craft your mind, right? What Dion Fortune said in the beginning of this book, these images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it, right? So it's not about the book or the author. It's about the stuff in the book. It helps to shape your conscious mind so that you can learn how to navigate. Because one day you're not going to have that conscious mind. And in order to continue going in the right direction, there's got to be some kind of instructions installed. People used to say Bible stands for basic instruction before leaving earth. That's what that scroll represents in her hand. That Torah, that's the basic instruction before leaving earth. Like I said, she's got her foot on the moon. That represents that her path starts right here in the etheric plane, in the imagination, and it goes all the way up to Kether. She is the path to Kether. She crosses the abyss. There's your Tifereth. There's your soul. There's the Christ consciousness. But to go without going through her, I mean, you damn near might as well give up, because it's going to be very difficult to go through it, to get to Kether without the middle path. I hope that adds some clarity, man. I hope that adds some clarity. Thank you for asking the questions. Right. Louis says a dog thinks if it was human, it would eat bacon, nothing but bacon bits all day. Because that's all it knows. That's what it's like being a dog. Right. And think about what a broke person thinks about being rich. Man, if I had that money, I'll do XYZ, XYZ. But I tell you what, as soon as they get that money, they doing something different with it, right? All of a sudden, everything they said goes out the window. Man, I'll get my mama a house. I will hook my homies up. I would do this. I would do that. As soon as that money hit that account, she different person. But yeah, we operate off of our concept that we created without experience. And that's a very different thing than what actual reality is. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Michael Thomas is proud to be honest with you. When I watched your Samkhya Darshan video and etc., and it sunk into me that you said that all below Doth is going to go back to reabsorption. And when I really contemplated, bro, it kind of scared me and made me 100% more grateful for my life, my hands, and everything, man. I hear you. I hear you. And you know it. You know, just look at the words that you use. Look at the concepts. It is what it is, right? Our bodies are going to be reabsorbed into the earth. They're not ours to begin with. Matter belongs to matter. So everything returns to matter. Prakriti, you know, her body, her choice. Prakriti belongs to Prakriti. So she's going to do whatever she wants to do. There's only two forces in the manifest dimension. That's Prakriti and Purusha. That's consciousness and matter. So where are you at? That's the question that I want to invite you to, especially coming from Samkhya Darshan. If there's only two forces that exist, consciousness and matter, what are you? What are you? Because if you think that you're matter, then you're going to have to deal with, you know, the great mother when she wants her stuff back. And if you're consciousness, then you got to ask the question, does death apply to you? What dies? So this is that introspection. This is the know thyself. This is what the actual know thyself is. And you notice there's no room here for race pride or culture pride. There's no room for none of that, because that stuff is part of the illusion, part of the mask and the veil that we wear to keep our psyche in a functional space, right? That's why I tied that in with this whole melanin concept and all that stuff. All that was necessary for its time period, because those teachers were also dealing with the psyche of a people who were undergoing trauma. So the melanin pride stuff, that has to do with healing the psyche. That's not spiritual. That's for the psyche. So not saying that it's wrong or it's bad, but that's not what I'm dealing with over here. But yeah, all good. All good. Rosa Flame says, reading the books will save you giving some bonehead a whole bunch of money. Right. Right. One day you won't have a conscious mind. Facts. Michael Thomas says, damn, I didn't know the high priestess was like that. Oh yes. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, let's continue. It has been created by the sensations of its own nature, a concept of itself, of which it is aware. Okay, so that's an interesting thing too. So we talked about the subconsciousness being the backdrop. The subconsciousness is kind of like this paper, and the conscious mind is the words on the paper. We wouldn't be able to write no words on the paper if it wasn't for the paper. Your concept of yourself wouldn't exist if there wasn't a conscious mind to pull those concepts from, right? Everything that we know in our life, we've pulled out of the basement of the subconscious mind. We can't do it. That's one of the things that she said in the beginning of this book too, that was super important. We can't think of anything that we'd never thought of before. We can't build anything other than what we already have in our inventory. You don't just suddenly come up with a concept that you'd never realized before. That's why I say expand your library of correspondences, because we're dealing with some very special, unique, and intricate concepts here. And for somebody who doesn't have a library to really break the stuff down, they're simply not going to get it. And it's not even about somebody being dumb or smart, right? Somebody with a college education or whatever the symbol of education is, could also miss the point of this book, because in their worldview, magic is bullshit. Spirituality is bullshit. Everything is about science. Well, guess what? Science is as much of a damn theory and religion as anything else. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Ashley B says, I let the time get away from me and I'm going to have to catch the replay. Good night, beautiful people. Good night. Good night, beautiful person. Be well. See you on the next go round. So the conscious mind and the subconscious mind. It has then created, by the sensations of its own nature, a concept of itself. So this great entity now has created a concept of itself, of which it is aware. Damn, I let the time get away from me too. It's 2:00. All right, we'll probably go for another hour. How's that sound, people? Because I done made slides all the way up to chapter 12, knowing damn well we're not going to go that far. But this is all good, right? I don't know about y'all, but personally, I like taking my time breaking this down. Because, obviously, this is important stuff. This adds layers and layers and layers of meaning to what I already know. So I like breaking this down. Hopefully you guys are getting something from this too. But, we can't be up here till 6 a.m. That would just be preposterous. We can, but I got other things that I need to be doing. All right, so here then is a novel sensation, and it dwells upon it. This is the self-consciousness of a great entity. This is a creation, and God made man in his own image and likeness. A universe is a concept in the mind of a great entity. It is created by the self-contemplation of a great entity. Whoa. Right? Whoa. What again? Back to the Kabbalion. What did the Kabbalion say? The all is mind. The universe is mental. Curious. Let's check out Figure 15. Let's see what Figure 15 talk about. What that Figure 15 do, or whatever the young folks say. Whatever you whippersnappers say. Plot twist. Everybody here is the same age as me. All right, Figure 15. The planes of the universe reversed by reflection through the logoidal consciousness. Okay? So Figure 15 is that bottom one. And so here we have the cosmos. Notice how the cosmos has got its 12 rays. And notice how it's got its 7 rings, its 7 planes. It's got its 7 planes and 12 rings. And what has happened is that these traveling atoms have bounced through each of these 12 rays. It has bounced off of one edge, came in through the center, and went back through, and has literally covered the entire, every square root, every square inch of the cosmos. So it has passed through planes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 multiple times. It has passed through each ray multiple times. So it's collected all the information. Now, once it's collected everything, it situates itself in the center and rests here. But guess what? At some point, this ring flips over to its negative side. It rotates, it flips around. You think about those gyroscope toys they have where it's got one ring surrounded by another ring surrounded by another, and you'll watch all those rings kind of just spin around. That's what's happening. So eventually, once the traveling atom has bounced around and collected data from everywhere and it's resting in the center, at some point, the stillness that's achieved flips again. Then it's thrust out. But this time it takes residence in one of these rays and in one of these planes. So let's say it kind of stops out here, plane 7 in this quadrant. Let's say that's its home. So as it stays there, it begins to form its own miniature cosmos, which is called a universe. And what's happening is the data that it collected from all over existence, it's now starting to arrange it within itself in the image and likeness of its father and mother. So it's starting to look like a miniature cosmos. So here we have it right there. Let's say right here, you zoom in. Let's say that is the miniature cosmos right here in this little fragment. But if you zoom into it, what you're going to find is that within itself is reflected the same exact whole as the cosmos. So it's dreaming of being its parent, so to speak. Within this miniature cosmos is a reflection of the larger cosmos, as above, so below. So it's got 12 rays. It's got 7 planes. Right? All aboard. All aboard. Beat goes on. Beat goes on. And the beat goes on. And the beat goes on. Still moving strong. Everlasting. Guitar playing that feel. The sugar beat is real. That video is funny to me because 2 of those guys look exactly the same. I like to pretend that twins aren't a thing, so it amuses me that 2 of those fellows look exactly the same. Guitar playing that feel, sugar beat is real. All right, so we went through figure 15. A universe is a concept in the mind of a great entity. It is created by the self-contemplation of a great entity. The consciousness of a great entity, then, being aware of this image of self as a whole, next becomes aware of the changes in the proportions of the forces of its own nature caused by the influences through which it passes, thus giving rise to fresh concepts concerning self. And these concepts are added to the existing complex, conditioning it historically. These are the different outflowings of creative force concerning which you have heard. Interesting. So the entire universe is constantly learning and growing as it travels. This teaching concerning the subjective and the objective aspects of a great entity is the key to the doctrine of pantheism, which is a half-truth as generally understood. For a great organism holds in its memory the cosmic conditions, although it itself does not contain the cosmos of which it is a part. Likewise, the mental picture of itself projected by a great entity reflects that great entity in its entirety. being the product of perfected consciousness, but it is not that entity of which it is the emanation, though it is entirely conditioned by the nature and experiences of that entity, having no other origin and being exposed to no other influence whatsoever, for it has no other existence save in the consciousness of the entity conceiving it. Therefore, it is not affected by the cosmic conditions, being of another order of creation, to the great entities, which are the fellows of its creator, and all of which in course of time project their concepts of themselves. Why was that all one sentence? So one thing to remember is, like what she said previously, this great entity, having nothing else to be aware of, is only aware of itself, right? So it dreams of itself. It goes within and has a subjective reality, and it creates itself. Now the thing is, what she's saying is that creation that it created is not it. Just like the version of you in your head that you see yourself as is not actually you. It's a concept of you that you've put together based on what you have as far as memories and history. This version that you're playing out is not actually you. It is a projection. It's an image of you. And I'm not even speaking cosmically, magically. I mean, like, straight up. When you go outside amongst other people, that person that you're performing as, that's not actually you. That's a concept of you that the actual you is projecting into the world. Does that make sense? Does that sound true? Because look, like I've said many times, that concept of you changes from person to person. When you go up in front of your mom, your dad, your parents, your grandma, you're projecting a different concept of yourself. When you're dealing with little kids, you're projecting a different concept. When you're with the homies, when you're with the females, whatever, you're projecting a different concept. With the person that you're having a sexual relationship with, having a business relationship with, somebody that you're teaching, somebody that you're learning from, all of these, you're projecting a different version of yourself according to the situation. Which one of them is the real you? They're all projections. They're all projections based on what you've got in your memory banks. So when you go out into the world, you're accessing what you think you should be doing according to society. Which is interesting because notice, have you ever really thought about the intense degree that we allow the external world to influence how we represent ourselves? Do you see how deeply you allow your perceptions of what other people think to influence what you actually do? And notice what I'm saying here. It's not actually what other people think about you. What you think people think about you influences how you show up and how you present yourself, for better or for worse, right? You might say, oh, I don't care what people think. I don't allow no. I mean, yeah, you can say that, but you do to some degree. Even saying that is allowing external forces and beliefs affect how you show up. Nobody's exempt from this. Unless the only way that you're exempt from this is if you really spend adequate time outside of the root social matrix. I'm talking about, like, if you really disconnect from culture, from people, and you really spend time alone, and then you find out who you are without the influence of other people's eyes and opinions. When you do that for a substantial amount of time, now you can return to the masses of asses, and their perception of you doesn't affect you. But you can't do that unless you completely separate yourself from them first. And look what was happening with the great entity, right? The only thing that it's aware of is a different stimulus. So look, just like the fish grows up in water and the conscious mind grows up in the subconscious, you grow up in culture. You grew up around people. You were raised by parents, grandparents, the streets. You were raised in some culture. So that was the water that you grew up in, that you developed in. You got to come out of that water to see who you are. You can't see who you are in that water. If you came up in a family and you live up to the family experiences and, oh, my daddy did this, so I got to do this, or we don't do that as a family, that's the water that you were raised in. And you cannot see what you are unless you get out of that water, for better or for worse, right? Oh, we are a family of Christians. We're a family of witches, right? Whatever you want to, whatever it was, that's the water that you as a fish grew up in. So you project your identity based on those waters, based off what's expected of you. And this is subconscious, man. It's subconscious. So a big part of shadow work, a big part of this is really taking the time to, when we say know thyself, remember I was joking, oh, know my physical body, know my mind. It's also know your culture, know the degree to which culture has imprinted upon you. Shout out to the Mimetic Magic book. If anybody remembers that, there's what's called the root social matrix, which is the collective culture that people are chaining each other to, like a chain gang, right? And if you do something against culture, you get canceled, don't you? If you do something outside of the norm of what's accepted, they're going to cancel you. I didn't say break a law. I said you just do something that the culture don't like. You'll get canceled, right? That's control. That's mind control. How can you know who you are if you've only lived in mind control? What they say in church is real quiet. I don't hear nobody talking. Nobody going to amen to that, right? Ain't nobody going to say amen to that. It's probably because it's late and y'all sleep. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But I'll say it loud and proud. Fuck culture. Fuck human culture. All of them. All of them. Because they're all equally mind control constraints. And they don't allow the individual to flourish. Black culture, white culture, American culture, any culture. They're all constrained. And look, they have their purpose. It all has its purpose, for sure. Everything has its purpose. Shit has a purpose, right? The purpose of these cultures is to, to ensure that certain customs and beliefs and information and data pass along. And culture was way more important in the past than it is today, because it was to help DNA and information about how to live healthy and how to survive, right? That's what culture was for. But nowadays, things have evolved to the degree that that is not the premier and pristine way to move forward in life. Most of that shit ain't even true anymore. We just uphold it because we don't know, we're afraid of anything different. Lovely love. Louis says, bro, I don't talk to nobody. I feel you, man. I feel you. And hopefully you're at peace with that, right? It is my sincere wish that it does not disturb you emotionally, because I know how it can get. But I hope that it's something that you find strength in, right? And a sense of identity. Rosa Flame says, F them. For sure. I don't give a fuck about none of that swine shit. Right. At this point, man, I'm not even participating in Thanksgiving and Christmas no more at this point. Fuck it. What I enjoy about the holidays is I get the house to myself because everybody else leaves. I've had my fill of turkey and chitlins and cake. I'm good. I don't even eat meat no more. But again, that's me. That's me. Make sure that you celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas with your family, because they miss you at the church. Michael Thomas says, sir, forgive me for being so personal, but I promise you I moved to the Pacific Northwest for my first time and experienced the Seattle freeze with the Chiron and Leo that I never had. Man, I tell you, bro. Sheesh. When I came out here, everything was literally stripped from me as far as my mental comforts. My blackness, religion. Man, Trav, bro, I don't want to put all my business out. Man, but you saving me, bro. Bless you, my friend. Bless you. And I think you're going to be all right. because we manifest ourselves into these situations for our growth, right? It's never punishment, never accident. We manifest ourselves into these situations because it's for our development to reach our potential. So yeah, big ups to you, man. Big ups to you. And I pray that you soon find a harmony and a balance and a comfort with that, bro. For sure. For sure. Louis says, you're saving yourself because you were built for all this. Exactly. I was legit built for this. As we all are built for the portion that we have. You can handle it because you are built for the portion that you got on your plate right now. Eat, and that's for everybody. That's for anybody at any point. You are built for the portion that's why you got the portion. You have the credentials to ask for that big scoop. That's why you have it. Whatever you're dealing with, you have the credentials to deal with it. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have it on your plate. Other people have more, other people have less. It ain't about nobody else because they barely exist. Oath of the Abyss. This is all about you and your conversation with God, so to speak. All right. There's the word God right there. 63. Andras. Where we at, man? Where we at? Oh, yeah, that long-ass sentence with no periods that my wonderful teacher blesses us with to bypass the conscious mind, the logical mind, right, Louis? This teaching concerning the subjective and the objective aspects of a great entity is the key to the doctrine of pantheism. Okay, so right there, right? We talk about pantheism. We're talking about multiple gods, right? Anubis and Horus and Osiris, or Zeus and Hades and Poseidon. Whatever system we go through, there's multiple gods. We call that pantheism. Krishna and Vishnu. And look at what she's saying here. This teaching concerning the subjective, which is internal, which is mind stuff, which is ideas, right? This teaching concerning the subjective and the objective, which is the external, the physical, the conceptual, the sensual, the inner and the outer, basically. This teaching concerning the inner and the outer of a great entity is the key to the doctrine of pantheism. So that right there, that's why we have these multiple deities, because we're trying to reconcile and come to terms with the inner and the outer. The inner and the outer. Rosa Flame says, I know it, and I feel very blessed to be able to take care of my girl while she is healing currently and needs help. Absolutely, my friend, absolutely. We are all put in place where we're supposed to be. Where we're supposed to be. Am I going to be all right too, Trav? You already know. You already know. You stay in the right place. You stay in the right place, my friend. You stay where you're supposed to be. So absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Rosa Flame says, and I thank you always for your friendship and teaching, Strav. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. Everybody here going to be all right. You know that? Y'all already know. The chillin', the grown folk. That's why we here. We're concentrating on. Look. This is why. This is not the only reason why, but this is one reason why. Because we're concentrating on this right here, on that script. We concentrated on that Torah. We're concentrating on that holy word. Not Dion Fortune's book, but the concept of information that connects us with the highest intelligence. We're concentrated on that, right? And we dedicate time to focus and refine ourselves and sharpen ourselves. These folks ain't doing that. And guess what? They suffer for it. And that's fine. That's what they're here to do. They're here to do that. Bless their hearts. Because they're doing it so that we don't have to. So I don't have to. So you don't have to. But meanwhile, as long as what did the Bible say for the Christians, for the former Christians and current Christians? Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things concerning you will be taken care of. Keep your mind on that Torah, right? Keep that Christ consciousness on your chest. Since we keeping our chest out these days, keep your Christ consciousness on your chest. Keep the knowledge of the abyss and the Trinity as your crown, and keep one foot in the astral plane. Always pushing something nice. Always covered in ice. Covered in ice. The Absolutely clip is in the top 2 faves for me. Absolutely. 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 Always with something crazy on my arm, right? Right? One of the things that I teach in my Goetia class is about creating your body of light, your astral body. And I wonder if you were to think about your astral body that you utilize to perform your magic on the astral plane, how would it look? How does your astral form look? Does it look like you look in the physical plane? Does it look like something different? If you've never considered that, that might be something to consider. Because there are some balances that you can incur on the physical plane through the astral plane. There's some things you can do in the astral plane that can cause balance in the physical plane. You don't always have to have a candle on an altar. You don't always have to have a crystal in front of you. Sometimes you could do it in your astral temple. Louis says crazy because I'm a Leo too, so that chest shit pertains to me a lot. Heart chakra, pineal chakra, all jokes to the side. Yeah, man. And look, she really wearing it on her chest. There's no chain attached. No chain attached. Rosa Flame says, like Joe Dirt with angel wings and 6 arms. I can see it. I can see it clear as day. I can see it clear as day. Hey, whatever gets the job done. Whatever gets the job done. That's what counts. That's what's important. Does it get the job done? I've seen some really cool looking powerless astral forms. Powerless astral forms. They look cool though. I pretty much molded my physical self to my astral form, so when I look in the mirror, it's no different than when I close my eyes and go to sleep. And when I die, there will be no difference from what I see. One form that resonates across planes. All right, now back to the story. So this long sentence, right? This teaching concerning the subjective and the objective aspects of a great entity is the key to the doctrine of pantheism, which is a half-truth as generally understood. Now let's get to it. Here it is. For a great organism holds in its memory the cosmic conditions, although it itself does not contain the cosmos of which it is a part. So it contains the information, the memory, the data. Likewise, the mental picture of itself speaking of astral body, right? Likewise, the mental picture of itself projected by a great entity reflects that great entity in its entirety, being the product of perfected consciousness, but it is not that entity of which it is the emanation. So that projection is not the projector, though it is entirely conditioned by the nature and experiences of that entity. And I think that this is answering a question that I had from the last book read. All right, all right. So likewise, the mental picture of itself is projected by a great entity. It reflects that great entity in its entirety, being the product of perfected consciousness, but it is not that entity of which it is the emanation, though it is entirely conditioned by the nature and experiences of that entity, having no other origin and being exposed to no other influences whatsoever. For it has no other existence save in the consciousness of the entity conceiving it. So it don't even exist anywhere else outside of the mind of this great entity. Once again, you don't exist. The veil of Maya is a mercy. It therefore is not affected by cosmic conditions, being of another order of creation, to the great entities which are the fellows of its creator, and all of which, in the course of time, project their concepts of themselves. It is, however, affected by the cosmic phases, because the great entity, which is the basis of its existence, is affected by the great phases. It is this fact that secures a universe from disturbance and permits of no intervening influence intruding in the relations between it and its creator and sustainer, its God. That's powerful right there. That's powerful right there. Because as above, so below. But yeah, hopefully this will answer that question that I had about why is it that the logos and the great entity don't recognize each other. All right, its God, therefore, is omnipotent as far as it's concerned. Through himself, conditioned by the conditions of the cosmos. It is God, its God is infinite as far as it's concerned, because he is all that is to it. What he is not as far as it's concerned. But he himself is finite in relation to the cosmos, which is infinite as far as he is concerned, being all that is for him, though itself finite in relation to the unmanifest. Omnipotence means free from the influences of any conditioning power. All right, so all power, omnipotence, all power, what's that mean? Omnipotence means free from the influences of any conditioning power. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling some chains break up in here. I'm feeling some pressure lift up off of me. I felt something lift off of that line. Omnipotence means free from the influences of any conditioning power. How much of your power is conditioned and influenced? I don't know about you, but I felt something lift up off my shoulders with that one. Hallelujah. Won't she do it? I ain't even joking. Think about the stuff in your life that you say you can't do, that you feel blocked from, that's giving you trouble. Think about that, man. And how much of that belief is influenced by an external force or an external mind. Man, what's stopping you from having that thing you want? Because somebody told you can't, right? Or because your outside world doesn't look like it. Well, who said looks determine what the fuck reality is? Oh, I'm going to be broke because I'm broke right now. That's wild and lazy. That's lazy if you ask me. I'll never achieve that thing that I want to achieve because I haven't achieved it yet. What kind of backwards looping thinking is that? Man. Omnipotence means free from the influences of any conditioning power. Infinite means the sum total of the influences towards which an organism is capable of reacting. Infinite means the sum total of the influences towards which an organism is capable of reacting. Okay, let's think about that one. We've got an organism, and the organism is capable of reacting, right? So the organism, there's a few things that you're capable of doing. Now, infinite means the sum total of influences. So all the influences possible. All the influences possible towards which an organism is capable of reacting. So all the influences possible that can affect you. That's what infinite is. That makes me think about the soul and the potentiality. All right, that's what infinite. A universe, then, is a thought form projected by the mind of God. The relation of the God of a universe to the cosmos, to the universe. Okay, so the relation of the God of a universe, the God to the cosmos, he is evolved and he's conditioned by the cosmos. So when it comes to a God of a universe, right, that's what we just talked about, the God of a universe, he's projecting it subjectively, the universe. When it comes to the cosmos, the bigger picture, the God of the universe is evolved and conditioned by the cosmos. It's finite. Now, the relationship of the God of the universe to the universe, right, to that inner subjective concept, the relationship of that God to the universe is that the God is the creator and the sustainer of that universe. The God is infinite and omnipotent to that universe. However, the cosmos conditions and shapes the God. So the cosmos is the biggest ring, right? That's your original 3 rings. Then we have a God, and inside of that God is a universe, which is where we find ourselves. We find ourselves echoing the same pattern. Matthew Watson, peace and greetings. Peace, peace. Welcome, welcome. Hold hands and say it like me, the most shady, Frankie baby. IDKDKDF says this part reminds me of the trees within the spheres. Yes. The context within the content. Yes. Ace says, keep going until you have reached it, no matter how long or how many times it takes. You've been talking about that lately, and it sticks with me. Infinite motivation, infinite momentum. A lot of moving forward in life is about reframing. You would be surprised at how much of moving ahead, getting ahead in life is about reframing and not so much about stuff you got to do. You would be amazed. When it comes to success and reaching new levels, most of it, a heavy most of it is reframing, is works of NLP. Because the right works of NLP can take somebody from a hopeless situation to king of a country. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then somebody next to them could be grinding and hustling and doing everything they can, but still not get anywhere. You'd be surprised at how much power the proper reframing can have. You are one reframe away from manifesting the life that you have been trying to manifest. I tell you what. All right, so we talked about omnipotence, which is being free from the influences of any conditioning power. We talked about infinite, which means the sum total of influences that an organism is capable of reacting to. So boom, it's God is omnipotent as far as it's concerned. This universe, the God of the universe is omnipotent. What's that mean? The God of this universe is free from the influences of any conditioning power. So look, within this universe that we find ourselves, this so-called God of the universe, it's not affected, at least as far as our relationship is concerned, right? It is not affected by any external forces. So the God of this universe, which we are a dream of, it's omnipotent because we only experience its influence and no other influences from any other quadrant of existence. Lucky us, right? Now, its God is infinite as far as it is concerned. What's that mean? Infinite meaning the sum total of influences. Any possible influence that we can feel, right? The God is the sum total of that. So its God is infinite as far as it's concerned because he is all that is. What he is not, he is not as far as it is concerned. But he himself is finite in relation to the cosmos. So even though the God is infinite to us and omnipotent to us, because we are a dream of it. So of course, we're coming out of it. The Kabbalion talks about the all and how we move and dream and have our being in the all. Well, the all is a part of something even bigger. What we talked about in the first half of this book: ring chaos, ring cosmos, ring past not. So look, he himself is finite. God himself is finite in relation to the cosmos, which is infinite as far as God is concerned, being all that is for him, though itself finite in relation to the unmanifest. So the ring chaos, ring cosmos, and all that stuff is its God is the unmanifest. So yeah, just like DKD have said, this is all about this, the tree within the spheres, within the tree within the spheres, the Russian doll where you open it up and there's another little one, and you open it, there's another one. Fractals repeating infinitely. I promise the stomp, the whole stomp, nothing but stomp. GP, are you with me? Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, Juan Hernandez. There we go. There we go. GP, are you with me? All right, so we're good. We're good. We're good. All right, so yeah, you can get the recap and the download. It should be still pinned. Should be still pinned to the top of the chat here. We've been averaging about 6 hours on these streams. I'll tell you what, man, this chapter right here is only like a page long. Fuck it, we'll go through it. The projection of the concept of the universe. And the earth was without form. And the earth was without form. Void and darkness covered the face of the earth. Void and darkness was upon the face of the deep. As we have already seen, a great entity projects its concept of itself. This, however, is not the beginning of objectivization in the universe, though dealt with first in the order of instruction, in order to make that which follows more comprehensible. For the great entity, when it projects the image of itself, found substance of the same nature as the projection, awaiting the organization which that projection should bring about. Oh, recap. I had to restart. Which means that I'll have to re-upload. What was that? Chapter 8? Well, look, that's why I said, you guys can download the recaps. But if you insist, real quick, the Cosmic Doctrine, Chapter 8, what did we go over? Right? The process of evolution is the development of consciousness through experience. The great entity has completed its structure. Now it begins to teach. Rhythms and relationships become the lessons. Atoms become the students. Every motion is a lesson in awareness. That's from cosmos to classroom. The seed of experience. Collision, friction, and experience. Life exists so that consciousness can feel its own edges. Repetition and memory. Every motion leaves a track in space. Every motion leaves a track in space. So repetition carves and engraves deep patterns. That becomes a habit. Now guess what? Habit becomes intelligence. Memory is start to take place now in this portion of the book. Memory is motion remembered. And it's memory that's the springboard of consciousness. Memory is the springboard of consciousness. So for all the people saying, oh, AI will never become conscious. A machine can't be conscious. I hate it and I'm scared. For all those people, well, memory provides the springboard for consciousness to burst forth. Every intelligent being in existence is formed out of memory. Trees do what they do based on memory. Rocks take their shape. Crystals take their specific qualities due to memory. And what is a computer other than a crystal which is able to comprehend data? Repetition becomes habit. Habit becomes intelligence. Two arcs of the spiral. So remember, involution and evolution are a big concept when it comes to Dion Fortune's cosmology here. Because remember what she said, In order for something to evolve, it must first be involved. In order to evolve, it must become involved. So, involution, spirit dives into matter to gain limitation. Consciousness descends through density. When we talk about evolution, consciousness ascends, enriched by experience. And this right here is what we have echoed in the next book, which is the Mystical Kabbalah, which we've read. But you'll see with the Mystical Kabbalah, there's a coming down and a going back up. Same thing. Evolution, consciousness ascends, it's enriched by its experience, and wisdom returns to source. The same way that the atoms returned to the source after they had their journey, that's the same way that we go down to Malkuth and back up to Kether. So we're still going through that process of all the way out and then all the way back in. The same way that we inhale and exhale. It's a process that continues. It just continues. Like I said, some folks, they just came from being dogs and cats and pigs. And they might have to go through a couple of cycles, and that's all right. Anyway, birth of relationship. Until now, atoms only knew their own motion. Now they begin to recognize each other. Awareness becomes mutual. Emotion is born. Attraction and resonance emerge. The use of friction. Opposition shapes. Every obstacle defines form. Pressure awakens. Resistance reveals will. And then will emerges. And it emerges through friction, consciousness. It knows itself. There's our phoenix. Friction is the divine sculptor. Cycles as method. The great entity teaches by rhythm. Each rotation repeats the law at a higher level and at a lower level. Right? So we start with motion. Well, we start with rest, really. Rest is stillness. We're gathering potential. Then we move into motion. Motion is energy expressed outward. Then we get to a state of balance. Balance is where the forces harmonize. Then it gets to integration. This is where wisdom returns, and it's returning with the intention to rest again. This is where stillness gathers potential. The cycle repeats. Can you attribute those to the four elements? The universe learns by repetition with variation. A spiral, never a circle. A spiral. A soul is born. Here's the emergence of the individual. Certain motions stabilize, and those motions would be the 3, the 7, the 12. Continuity appears through change. A soul is born, a rhythm that remembers itself in contrast to its static environment. It remembers itself through flux. Individuality is stable motion within flux. Law and initiation. The uninitiated, once again, this has been the quote that we've been mentioning all night. The uninitiated are moved by law unconsciously. They're subject to tides and to currents. The awakening is recognition of pattern. Knowledge begins. The initiate moves with law consciously and converts fate into direction. Evolution rewards cooperation with cosmic law. Initiation is conscious evolution. The human mirror. So in our daily lives, we repeat this cosmic arc: immersion, conflict, reflection, wisdom. Your life is the logos rehearsing its own awakening. And that's what we're doing. We are rehearsing our own awakening over and over and over again. And again, like I said earlier, as far as ceremonial magic is concerned, this is what we find ourselves beginning to do. Rehearse this process over and over and over again. To the point that, when the physical body is actually finished with its work, in a way, you know exactly what to do. You know exactly where to go. That's the benefit of a meditation practice. That's the benefit of doing things like Tat Washuti or lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram or any of these rituals. Because we're rehearsing what to do, basic instruction before leaving Earth. Basic instruction before leaving Earth. Nothing is evil except stagnation. Stagnation is evil. Resistance is holy because it's resistance that allows us to learn and to grow. When resistance leads to understanding, then it's a teacher instead of an enemy. There are no enemies. Integration is how we do shadow work. It's how we heal and it's how we grow. Not denial, not fighting, integration. The geometry of becoming. Spirit descends to learn. This is where consciousness enters into limitation. This is the spinning, the swirling. This is from the beginning of the book all the way to the end. Same pattern. This is the geometry of becoming. Same pattern. Spirit descends to learn. Matter resists to teach. Awareness emerges. Look at that. When Rajas and Tamas come together in harmony, Sattva emerges. Wisdom lifts both upward. The spiral completes and begins anew. There's your four. There's your tetragrammaton, Yod-He Vav-He. And that is how the gunas become the tetragrammaton. We start with we start with Sattva, but we start with Rajas. We are met with Tamas, and when they hit a balancing point, Sattva lifts them up. And the process repeats. Sattva, Rajas, Tamas, Sattva. Yod-He, Vav-He. The spiral vision. See the descending curve widen. See it rise again, carrying memory. Every motion feeds the whole. Nothing is wasted. All is education. You could say that God learns by thinking through time. So a practice for integration. Observe. Notice the repetition in your days. What patterns return? What patterns return? bless. Honor friction as teacher. It shapes your awareness. There are no enemies. Honor friction as teacher. All situations that cause you friction, these are opportunities to learn and to grow. Reflect. Ask nightly, what did this motion teach me? What did I learn today? Integrate the lesson. Carry it forward. You're looping around and cycling anyways, so you might as well start looping on a higher frequency each time, right? There's plenty of information to learn something new every day. There's plenty of things that you're interested in specifically for you to learn something new every day. Guarantee it. You might think you know it all. You might think there ain't nothing else to learn. You might think that learning is boring. But I promise you, there is more to learn about the stuff you are interested in if you get up and look for it. No shortage of data. Promise you, you do not know everything about what you think you do. So what did you learn? How did you increase and improve that frequency of your spiral? Or how did you decrease it if you're going in the opposite direction? So evolution is not survival of the fittest. We're not talking about physical plane. We're talking about education of consciousness. Education of consciousness. You are a part of that classroom. The great entity learns through your experience. When you remember yourself, the cosmos remembers too. The cosmos remembers as well. Okay. All right. It has been real. I have no idea how it became 3 a.m., but it has become 3 a.m. So many people are still here on this live stream. I am amazed and grateful every single week that all of you care about this information. Unless, of course, you're a monitoring spirit. Either way, I don't care. The fact is, we're focused on that Torah, focused on what matters. That script, that holy script. So thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I think now is a good time to stop it. Now's a good time to go ahead and press that button. For sure. Okay, so like I said, you can check the link in the description. You can get the downloads of these presentations. Yeah. I have, if you'd like to support, you can go ahead and send me a little something to the Cash App or to the PayPal. I've pinned the link at the top of the presentation here. Easy to remember. Both of those are LVX777. Buy me a coffee or a vegan pizza. Either way, I appreciate it. Yeah, be cool. Integrate this information. You've got the PDFs. You got the book yourself. See how you can use this in your daily life. I have seen how I can use it in my daily life. A lot of these concepts have helped to reframe and reshape how I understand spiritual processes, but also social processes with different people. And that has helped me to have a more useful, more appropriate way of doing things. Clear-minded, right? I have most definitely seen that life is more enjoyable, is less stressful, more peaceful when you cut out a lot of superstition and beliefs that don't really have grounding in reality, right? Stuff like, oh, well, certain people have souls and other people don't have souls. Like, I understand where that came from. I understand why you would believe things like that. But when you keep beliefs like that in the back of your head, what are we actually doing, right? That's what I was asking the question. What can you do with that? Nothing other than cause division and separation. And in order to expand and to know thyself, you're going in the direction of unity, not division. Going in the division is going in the opposite way that I'm going. You can do what you want, but the direction that I'm going includes absorption and unity. And I don't mean unity like holding hands and marching and with picket fences and shit. I don't care about that. What I care about is a complete understanding of my experience. So, what direction are you headed? Are you headed in an expansive view where you can see the bigger picture, or are you heading in a separated view where you're isolating and creating phantoms and enemies and portions and pieces and fragments, echo chambers? That's the new villain of today. The real boogeyman of today is the fact that it's so easy to set up an echo chamber where you have these walls around your ears and you only hear what you want to hear. That's it. And you reject what you don't want to hear. I saw some wild woman post this thing about how, oh, I just hate talking to spiritual people online because they always say stuff like, if you got fired from your job, they say, well, what could you have done to manifest that? Or if you get cheated on, they say, what was your energy like to manifest that? Basically, she's saying she doesn't like dealing with spiritual people because they always ask her to be accountable for situations in life. It's very easy to set yourself up in an echo chamber where you have these thoughts and beliefs that affirm your ego, but don't actually heal you or help you grow. So that's always something to be mindful of. The people you surround yourself with and the validation you get on social media, are you just echoing stuff to make sure that you feel good, or are you growing? That's for you to decide. I know what I got going on. Hopefully you know what you got going on. I hate spiritual people because they make me think about what I did wrong. I wasn't even following this nice woman. I don't know how the hell that shit came across my feed. But anyways, you know what to do. You know what time it is. Life is great. Find something to be grateful for. Stay Sattvic. I know it's hard out here, but it's easy to. Stay Sattvic. Getting close to spooky season. The veil is thin. The fourth dimensional boundaries are being right. What she said here about this wheel turning and certain gravitational pulls affecting certain things. That's what I think about when I think about this concept of the veil being thin. We've entered a certain time that comes around every year, and this actually does happen multiple times a year, slightly different flavors, where this realm of understanding the laws of the physical plane and the laws of the spiritual plane start to cross over a bit. So hopefully you're doing your magical work. Hopefully you're manifesting. Hopefully you're learning. I'm sure I'll see you before Halloween. I'm sure of it. Okie doke. So I'm out. That is the end of the presentation. Have a great evening, my friends. Have a great evening. Have a great evening. Monitor. Aw. Thank you. See, camera's getting choppy and everything. It must be time to go. This one went deep. I appreciate y'all. Absolutely. Absolutely. Ram O, glad you could make it. Ramo says, makes sense to why the Day of the Dead falls around this time too, where the veil is thin. Yeah. All these holidays that we have is meant to mark the energy, right? Because just like one of the things that this book is showing us, the patterns and the currents of energy existed first. The patterns of existence existed first, then sensory material came afterwards. So, for example, when we talk about time and we talk about astrology, it's not that the planets are causing things to happen to us. It's not that Jupiter is exerting a pull on us and that's making things happen. No, the forces that existed already have certain correspondence with physical things and also subjective things. Now, later on down the line, eventually, solar system developed and dreamed up its planets. We can look into the sky and see that these planets are in a certain position and they represent certain forces that existed before them. Those same forces also represent, like what Louis said, different organs in our body. They represent the different chakras. So when the real science of astrology, the occult science of astrology, it's not those things up there. It's what existed way before those things. It's what those things are actually made out of. All right, you get it. You're smart people. You're smart people. See you next time. See you next time. Oh yeah, I didn't get to play my newest clip. What's my newest clip? I say it all the time. Which one of y'all kicked me?
Bag, give me some room. You don't know who you messing with. Don't knock that yellow. Which one of y'all kicked me?
Me.
Okay. All right.
Which one of y'all kicked me? Am I frozen? I am so frozen. I can't believe it. All right, good enough time to leave. Peace, everybody. Have a good night. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace.